Pranesh M, one of India's brightest rising stars. Dmitry Andreikin, a battle-hardened grandmaster. Nihal Sarin, a speed chess sensation, lightning fast with razor-sharp tactical instincts. Hans Niemann, bold, fearless and unpredictable. Alireza Firouzja, a fearless super grandmaster, unleashing creativity, aggression and world-class brilliance. Arjun Erigaisi, India's attacking powerhouse, bringing explosive chess and an unbreakable fighting spirit. Nodirbek Abdusatorov, the Uzbek prodigy, combining ice-cold precision with championship-winning composure. Gukesh Dromaraju, the youngest world champion, fearless, relentless, and ready to conquer every challenge.
Chennai Grandmasters, we are in the end zone now, and soon we're going to have another champion rise to the occasion and take home the coveted prize. With me, I have my co-host and good friend Sahaj Grover. Sahaj, welcome back. Day 6. We are literally at the end now.
Absolutely. And what a day it has been. I mean, what a day it was yesterday with so many surprises. And I think the best game of today was yesterday so far in the tournament. But of course, the tournament is still on. We have 2 tournament leaders. We've got Arjun and we've got Firouzja. And it's literally not clear because they are about to play against each other in the last round, which is going to be so much fun. Welcome, everyone. It's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be really exciting because this is a career-changing tournament. We saw it with Gukesh, who won this event in its initial edition and became the world champion. Then we saw, of course, Vincent Keimer winning the last edition and enter the world top 5. So it's changed lives. And let's see whose lives will this tournament change this time. So it's time to have the standings. Let's have a look who's on top. And there it is. It is Arjun Erigaisi with the epic comeback against the world champion yesterday, moving to the top of the table, joining the tournament leader Alireza Firouzja. Both the names starting with A. Sahaj. I'm seeing a pattern.
Absolutely. And what a game Arjun had yesterday. I mean, Gukesh got everything. I mean, in that position, he's got the perfect prep. But Arjun fought back, played fast, and in those crunch moments managed to get, the better of the world champion there. And you can see Gukesh right now is at the bottom of the leaderboard. Oof. It hasn't been the best event for him, but today he goes up against, if we can have the pairings, he goes up against Pranesh. So the local boy with the black pieces. Sahil bhai, what are your predictions?
Well, here, half the field is the local boy, Sahaj. That's how strong Chennai is at chess, of course. And we have a lot of stories to share with you. But there, first of all, the pairings. I just ran into Hans in the lift. He looked very, very serious indeed. He's maybe not fully satisfied with his performance, of course. But he's playing Dmitry Andreikin with the white pieces. He would love to get his first win. Then, of course, we have Nodirbek versus Firouzja. What a clash that is. If Nodirbek can win on demand today, he could join the tournament leaders and simultaneously also remove Firouzja from the lead.
That's such a great point because Nodirbek is only half a point behind Alireza and Arjun, and fact that he's playing against Alireza, that too with the white pieces, puts him at the contention for the first place. And then we have the all-Indian clash up between Arjun Erigaisi and Nihal Sarin. And I mean, enough said. This match is gonna be so exciting to watch. I mean, they are such good friends. Both of them are just amazing, online players. And I think they probably have around 1,000 bullet games between each other already.
1,000 this year, Sahaj, I feel. And of course, Arjun having momentum on his side now after that incredible win over Gukesh, the world champion. He's going to be looking towards winning his first big super tournament, that too right in India. So Nihal Sarin, after that loss yesterday, will be under pressure. He did not even play pickleball yesterday, Sahaj.
Yes, I mean, of course, because yesterday he did not have the best game. I mean, it felt like Nodirbek just got a really good position out of the opening, and it was -2 after like move 12 or something. That too with the white pieces. That's definitely not ideal for Nihal there. So hoping he can make a comeback, but he is playing against someone who perhaps is the most well-prepared guy in the world right now.
Agreed, and Arjun will have momentum on his side now. Meanwhile, the final pairing of the world champion, of course, Pranesh versus Gukesh. I mean, I really want to enter Gukesh's mind and understand what he's going through. It must not be nice. You know, the thought process, you're doubting yourself sometimes. He was completely winning Sahaj yesterday. One different move, again, similar to how he lost in, I think round 2 it was against Firuzja. It feels like a bit of luck going his way could have completely changed the tournament. He could have been a +1 score. Now he's on a -2 score here.
Exactly. So, I mean, it's definitely not nice. And considering that Gukesh has been playing so well, I think, in this tournament, when it comes to the actual chess, it always comes down to those crunch moments. Against Firuza, that H6 instead of H5 would have sealed the deal. Against Arjun, it was a +3 position. Yes, it was not clear how he could win that, but +3 is +3 at the end. At the end of the day, it's basically equates to an extra piece, and it's just sad, I think, at the end of the day.
And of course, we discussed this yesterday. This tournament could be the audition for the board order of the Indian Olympiad team as well. All the 5 players, in fact, very, very strong. So let's see how Gukesh finishes off. Can he finish off in style with a couple of wins and gain his mojo and confidence back before the Olympiad? Or will he struggle against Pranesh, who's objectively the lowest seed here? But Gukesh, the black pieces, he might go on a till Sahaj. Golden opportunity for Pranesh to get his first win against a world champion.
He is the lowest seed of the event, but at the same time, he's the youngest as well. Yeah. And I've been saying it, Pranesh is so massively underrated. I feel like he's about to pull off an upset. We haven't seen it yet. It could be today. But, it will be very sad for the world champion, but we will see how the match progresses. Of course, the opening matters a lot. I think Pranesh has been playing more or less quite safe in this tournament, trying to keep up with the elites of the world. Of course, this is one of his first times playing against the elites. So, you want to go toe-to-toe with them. So he's more or less a bit safe. But this is the last 2 rounds. This is where you want to strike. And looking at Gukesh, considering how the match went yesterday, he would not be in the best, let's say, mental space there. So Pranesh, it's a golden opportunity for him to strike. And for Gukesh, I think also he has to strike today. So I'm predicting a result in this match regardless.
Yeah, I agree with you. And also I think Arjun, let's not forget, always lands up in these occasions. Hard to find a tournament where Arjun is not in contention, in the last 1 or 2 rounds. But at the end, he's known to falter. The last time, I think last time, he was leading the event half a point ahead of Arvind Chidambaram, then loses that match in the final round, and then Arvind wins and his life changes. So as you mentioned, this is a life-changing event for majority of players who won this. And now let's see, can Arjun finally finish off in style? Can Firuzja maintain his finish off his style? Or will you see an epic comeback by Nodirbek Abdusattorov? So we will have a leader, a new winner at the Chennai Grandmasters, and either way, it's going to be historic.
Agreed. And I think if for both of these players, for Nodirbek versus Firuza, and of course for Arjun versus Nihal, both of them have extremely strong opponents in front of them. So if they want to win, this is the tournament, because in the last round they play against each other. So that's just gonna settle the dust right then and there. And today's a very important day.
Yeah, maybe we should have the look of the playing hall, the beautiful playing hall. I love seeing the players, settle down before those nerves kind of take over. Because you see Hans Niemann, I just ran him into the lift. He was so tense. He wanted to get to the playing hall as soon as possible. We also see a couple of empty chairs as well. Some fans also joining in. And if you're in Chennai, this could be a golden opportunity for you to come and witness the action real time. And there we see the world champion enter the hall with his typical aura, but of course his inside. He's, fighting a battle, Sahaj, of, he's confident. He pushed yesterday, had the draw, did not take it, but somehow over the board, he's not able to justify the confidence.
Yeah, and I think today is going to be a test of sorts, because let's not forget, Gukesh is also now in the lower half of the 2700 rating.
Yeah.
A couple of bad rounds could mean he could drop below the 2700 mark, and that would be tragic, because we all know Gukesh is very, very strong. He deserves, his peak rating was 2794. He was 6 points away from 2800. I mean, just to imagine that. Is insane.
That's a 90-point drop. Yeah, that's an incredible drop. And of course, Gukesh, he's one guy who's known to, gain his rating back in streaks. So it just takes one event, one good Olympiad for him to gain 50 or 60 of those points back. So let's see how this turns out. Final 2 rounds, round number 6, only a 7-round event set. I almost kind of feel, sad that it's only 7 rounds.
Yeah, but I think this is how the event is going to be. Usually, it's going to be 9 rounds, but I think in this event we only have 7 rounds. But that also means golden opportunity for all the people who are in the lead. So there's 3 people right now. There's of course Arjun, there is Firuja, and then there is Nodirbek, who have a golden opportunity to win this tournament. And let's not forget, winning this tournament makes you a world champion. We have evidence of that.
And we're going to have the ceremonial move on Pranesh versus Gukesh's board. You can see both the players kind of smiling there. And we have Narendra Kumar along with WGM Aarti who are going to make the opening moves. Which move do you think they'll make?
I think they're gonna go for one E4. We saw H3, we saw A3, we saw C4. Many different options there, but I'm gonna predict a humble one E4. Oh, Pranesh actually tells him this is what I'm planning to play against the world champion. So let's have it on the board. And there it is. We see E4 being played out. And there it is. Pranesh versus Gukesh. Predictions.
Wow, the names also rhyme, yeah? I think it's going to be a result, as you mentioned, by the Narendra Kumar is the managing trustee of the Chola Foundation, who kind of had so many initiatives in the chess ecosystem, tournaments. They've been supporting the players and kind of trying to bring about a change here, Sahaj, which is so much needed, and especially in Chennai. I mean, if you want to support chess in Chennai, you have a million opportunities, yeah?
Absolutely. And we also saw women grandmaster Aarti Ramaswamy there as well. I have known Aarti ji for such a long time. It's so nice to see her, at the board making the ceremonial move. I think we'll have liftoff very, very soon. Let's see, and there it is, handshakes, one E4. Wow, no thought there.
Did you see how quickly Pranesh played that move? It's like, if you compare it to F1, you don't even hear the buzzer, you just start driving your car. You're so in a hurry to play this game. And wait, did he play the Caro Can?
Yes, he played, indeed, this is Gukesh's, I think, favorite weapon whenever he tries to play for a win. So I think we know Gukesh's intentions there. We have the advanced variation and he goes for Bishop F5. I believe that is how the game. I think
I see C5 on the board. Maybe that's
the board is. I think a bit buggy there. I think they will be fixed. It will be fixed very, very soon. But it is indeed Caro Khan with E5 and Bishop F5, and if we can have that on the board, I think that would be amazing.
But it's crazy that even the board can't believe Gukesh played Caro Khan. So and I see a lot of levies openings in this tournament. Yeah, I mean the players kind of taking inspiration from the biggest YouTuber on the planet.
I mean, in this sense, I think there is a setup here in the Caro Khan, which I think in a few years we'll call the Gukesh variation, which is the setup where he goes for the early A5. I think we'll have that. Maybe he's going to go for a similar setup because he has won a lot of games with that setup earlier before. So I think E5, Bishop F5 was played, and after that, I think Pranesh is thinking.
I see the knight. Can we go full screen while the board is being set up? I think I see the knight on C3. If I'm not mistaken, but would love to confirm that with the help of the camera. I see just knight D7 played by Gukesh. Yep. No, knight's on B3. I think knight D2 is what he played, is my guess. And
knight D2 is basically the classical variation. Generally, you go for knight F3, which is the short variation here, named after the English grandmaster Nigel Short. But knight D2 is kind of doing the same thing, but because you're placing your knight on B3 before, you're trying to preempt the idea of C5. This is the plan of Pranesh. And actually, I have played this opening many times with the white pieces. I absolutely love it. But one thing is for sure, this is going to be a very complicated battle. And I predict not a single piece is going to be traded for the next 10 moves. Because that's what happens here.
So I think I'll have to feed the moves again. Hopefully we get the moves very, very soon. But I think both the players kind of hurrying with the moves right now. They look very well prepared. And so far, doesn't seem like Caro Khan has surprised Pranesh even a little bit, yeah?
No, not at all. Because Gukesh playing Caro Khan, I think, is pretty normal. We have seen him do this many times before. In fact, I played someone in Budapest some time ago, and they actually played A5, and then they said, yeah, I was playing the Gukesh variation. So I think it is very well known that this is Gukesh's setup. I think he's going to go for A5 soon.
I see H4 on the board, if I'm not mistaken.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a surprise from Pranesh there, and I think Gukesh already in deep thought. By the way, the idea of H4 is to play G4 and to try and trap the bishop. By the way, we're going to have the live board set up
we have
very, very
now.
soon.
That's amazing.
So knight b3 was played as well. And I think after that, black has gone for knight d7, I believe. And now he has played h4. So the immediate idea here is to play g4 and to trap that bishop on f5. I have actually done this before in the World Youth Championship and I was successful.
Yeah, let's say a6. Now you play g4, bishop g6, h5, bishop e4, and now Saheb, the move you really love, pawn to f3.
Hey, if it gives me a bishop, I will absolutely play it, So I think Gukesh is going to play h5, but he's going to play h6. But right now he's thinking both of these moves. Pushing the h pawn means that you're creating space for the bishop to go back to h7, where it will be super active along the b1 h7 diagonal. But Gukesh is thinking because h6 or h5 was literally the reason why he lost against Firouzja.
Yeah, and I see a few games on chess.com. So I see 4 games in total. In 3 games, h5 was played, which is also the first preference of the engine. I also see, I think, one move h6. So very interesting on how this turns out here. We see a couple of games by Sam Shankland played in 2025 and also one game between 2, I think, Grandmasters in 2026. And White seems to have a decent record.
Exactly, and I see a game of Richard Rapport versus Sam Shankland. Those are some big names because Rapport was the second of Ding Liren in the World Championship, and it was played in 2025. But Black actually ended up winning that match. But since Pranesh is the one who sidestepped here with the move h4, it is definitely his prep on the board. But right now, we have to figure out whether Gukesh knows this. I mean, he definitely has an idea about this position. He just has to figure out whether it is h5 or whether it is h6. And the problem with Caro Khan is that there are so many transpositions possible. Like you could play h4 on move 4 and Black would play h5 and you could get into the same position as well. So Gukesh doesn't just have to think about this position. He also has to think about all the transpositions that are possible inside the Caro Khan.
Agreed. And I think let's do a roundup of all the games. And of course, we'll have to discuss a lot about Gukesh and his form. Going to the Hans Niemann versus Dimitri Andreikin game so far. e4, e5. Okay, a Spanish. Nothing, out of the box so far. Castles and bishop e7. And this is where Hans Niemann having his first think, using up a couple of minutes on the clock.
Absolutely. And by the way, this is not a surprise unless you're playing against Arjun, because Nodirbek did play the exact same opening and Arjun played that bishop e7 without knight f6, and then he got, that f5, h5, whatever that was, and he got into a winning position. I mean, Nodirbek fought back, but it was completely winning for Arjun at some point. But this is what we call the most normal looking setup so far we have seen in this entire tournament. Now the question for Hans is, does he go for rook e1, which is the typical way of playing here? You can play d3 as well, which is more closed. You are also playing against the marshal here, which is this is what we call the anti-marshal setup. Or you can play queen e2 as well, which is my favorite. This is what we call the Waddle setup. And I used to play so many games inside queen e2 here, and I've won so many games with this. But of course, it doesn't work at this level for sure.
Yeah, seems like Hans Niemann is considering all those options. So as he ponders over that move, jumping to the game of Nodirbek versus Firouzja. So Firouzja repeating the French defense. e5, c5, c3, knight c6, knight comes out to f3, bishop d7. Of course, the French bishop on d7, the problem piece. If you can trade it off for any of White's pieces, Black would be super duper happy. Bishop e2, knight e7. And now this is the current position when Nodirbek is thinking a crucial game for the standings. If Firouzja can win, that knocks out Nodirbek from any chance of winning the event. And if Nodirbek wins, then he could be in the lead with 1 round to go.
Correct. We've got the French advanced variation. I think this is one of the most, in the past, this used to be a variation that has basically, like if you played French advanced, 15 years ago, people would say that, oh, you're not really studying chess. But these days, this is the most testing variation inside the French. So Nodirbek knows what he's doing. I think he's got the central control with the e5 square. I think he's going to go short castle next. Very, very typical setup. Whenever the Black's knight comes to f5, you can take on c5, play bishop d3, and the position just carries on there. So I think a very exciting, complicated match. Anything could happen here. Let's take a quick eye to Arjun versus Nihal, because we've got what I don't think I've seen this opening played out ever at this level. This is what we call the Chebanenko Slav with a6. And look at Arjun's next move. I mean, you could think of any move here and you cannot. There is no way that anyone can guess what Arjun's next move here is. You could think of any move here. You could think of e3, g3. You could think of queen c2. But what Arjun played is very Arjun-like. And I am still thinking, what is the idea behind this move? Because it does not make sense to me. Sahil bhai, please reveal it.
Agreed. I would love to also give Chad the opportunity to figure out the move here, maybe 10 seconds, because it absolutely doesn't make sense. I do agree with you, because White has so much stuff he can do.
Yeah.
What was the answer? Yes, h3.
Exactly.
h3. What? Because I mean, I could develop the bishop. I could prepare castling. I could take on d5. I have a million things what I could do, Sahaj. So what is h3 about?
I at first I think the idea is if he plays bishop f4, the bishop has that hiding spot on h2. Second thought is that he's avoiding bishop g4. But my third thought is this is Arjun. He wants to play g4 himself.
No.
I mean, it has to be, right? It has to be. You play bishop f5, g4 would be the top move. See, I told you.
Wow.
I told you. This is what he's planning. He's basically targeting the Chebanenko's setup where black plays a6, brings the bishop out to f5, and h3 completely stops that plan. And now Nihal, on move 5 alone, is in deep thought.
Wow. So that's a shocker. Finding new ideas in every opening is what Arjun does so well. And we saw yesterday, Sahaj, his main skill was even in those crunch moments, he would play so quickly. Like he was like so headache. He had 10 times the time that Gukesh had on the clock. And that is why he held on to the position and later on even won. And look at this. Nihal realizes bishop f5, g4 is dangerous. So he plays pawn to e6. But now maybe this was not his initial plan. And now we are in kind of that semi-Slav structure with e6, with a6 and s3 included.
I don't know who does this benefit. Because on one side, you could take on c4 and you could play b5 and that pawn is protected. But on the other side, actually, no. Now it feels like h3 is not really a useful move unless Arjun is planning to push g4, which I don't think is the plan. By the way, he has gone for e3. So we have a Meran type of a structure where black has played a6, white has played h3. And I'm still trying to figure out why h3 here.
Maybe it's about this structure. He wanted to put the bishop on c8, but I do agree with you. Like if, for example, bishop g5, there will be more of a discussion, right? Who benefits more from the inclusion of these two moves? Because I do have the h2 square for my bishop, for example. It can't be trapped. But after e3, like a6 is anyway something black wants to play, right? In these structures.
I mean, yes, but at the same time, because you want to take on c4 and you want to push b5 and the pawn is protected.
Yeah.
Yes, I understand that. But it looks like the Meran, but it feels like with a6 and h3, there are some nuances, some very deep nuances that are going to be revealed, in just a few moves. I see that Vincent Keimer has played this position quite a few times, two that I can think of. Once against Grandelius and once against another grandmaster, Robert Kempinski, and he won both of those games. So it has been played before many times. And I saw some games by Shashi Kiran as well. So it's not entirely new, but it feels fresh on the board. And looking at, how Nihal is already in deep thought, it feels like Arjun has won the opening battle.
Agreed. And maybe just queen c2, bishop d3, g4, your move. Who knows? That would not be out of Arjun's playbook at all. And right now, both the players, and of course, Nihal right now more in thought what to do, how to handle this position. He knows how well prepared Arjun is. So it's going to be a battle to watch out for. So we've done a rough roundup of all the 4 games, Sahaj. I think it's too early to predict how many results we would have, but we can try to understand the game of Pranesh versus Gukesh if we can have the cameras as well. This is where we left it, right? It was pawn to h4. Gukesh now chooses pawn to h6 after a 4-minute think. Now comes knight to e2. So usually you play knight c3 and knight f3. But here you have knight d2, knight b3, and now knight e2 and knight g3. So the knight's finding, new homes here on the chessboard.
The same can be said for Gukesh as well. Because he, instead of going knight f6, knight c6, which is the normal way to develop the knights, he's going knight e7, knight d7. Of course, for Gukesh, this was not really a choice because he went for the Caro-Kann. This is normal in this. He's retreated the bishop back to h7. And now maybe bishop e3 was played, yeah? So still Pranesh's prep, and I'm guessing there are no games in this position.
Yeah, that's very likely.
No games in this position. So already we are in some novelty.
And my only question is, Sahaj, because black has less space, doesn't this structure allow a bunch of exchanges? For example, if I play knight to f5 now, because my bishop is attacked, I don't want you to take on g3. I'm kind of forced to take, which exchanges one piece. And next, I kind of have to play bishop d3 at the right moment as well. So I'm kind of exchanging a bunch of pieces. Black still has his good bishop, and maybe this is too simple for Pranesh to push here.
I think the bishop on f5 is pretty good as well. I mean, bishop on e7, yes, in terms of the pawn structure, those dark squares look like they could, you could have some control over them. But that bishop on f8 looks a bit restricted to me. So if you do play bishop d3, black goes bishop takes d3, most likely. You will go queen takes d3. And now look at the dominance of the queen along that diagonal, the b1 h7 diagonal. And you can forget about castling on the king side here, because if you go bishop e7 and short castle, good luck. There is g4, h5, g5, and that looks extremely scary. And let's not forget, whenever there is a flank attack on the board, you are supposed to break the center. And this is why Pranesh's knight is on b3, because you cannot play c5 anymore.
Yeah, I think c5 is the move. You have to somehow manage and play. Maybe the e5 pawn being loose kind of would make it possible tactically, but it has to be calculated well. And that's what Gukesh is doing right now. An important game for the world champion Sahaj, for not only this event, for his, chances to retain the title. Right now, Sindaro, of course, has had a magical year, just like Gukesh had in 2024. So your thoughts on Gukesh's form and what he must be thinking right now?
I think form-wise, he's good. I think he was just unlucky yesterday. I mean, yesterday, maybe it was a bit of, he was in a winning position, and then there were two repetitions. The first repetition he declined, which kind of made sense. But the second repetition, which he declined, I think that's where the mistake happened. He could have accepted that because he was dealing with time pressure there. So the two losses that Gukesh was handed, both happened because of time pressure. So I think managing his time well would be the first thing in my list. So if that is done, I think overall he's playing much, much better. I don't really think there is a big problem here, but let's see what's going to happen. Gukesh in deep thought already, and there is a 10-minute difference.
Indeed, and I think I agree with you. The time management definitely can be improved. And also, of course, in the last two Olympiads, Gukesh played on board one Sahaj and had a performance which few people in the world can ever replicate for the years to come, decades to come. So that's going to be a tough choice for the Indian coach, right? Who to put on board one. Gukesh has a good chance to get a couple of wins under his belt and prove that he belongs on board one. So let's see how that turns out. Right now, bishop e3, black is still thinking. I think knight f5 is a candidate move. I really don't see any other ideas here. I mean, I could prepare c5 in some way, but the best way to prepare c5 would be to open the bishop anyways, right?
Exactly. But after c5, I can just go knight takes c5. And I think you're losing a pawn there. Takes, and if you go knight c6, maybe I can defend the pawn somehow with f4, or can I play c3 as well?
Yeah, this
looks... c3, if you take bishop b5 check, queen f4 looks extremely dangerous.
Yeah, this looks scary.
And now queen f4 as well.
Yeah. So maybe
it has to be dangerous.
Yeah, maybe a bit too early to play c5. So let's see how Gukesh plays. Knight f5 seems to be the automatic move in this position, opening up the bishop, exchanging that awkward knight on e7.
You say that knight f5 is possible, but I'm going to remind you of the Gukesh variation, where he has, in the normal variation where you go knight f3 and you go into the main line of the Caro-Kann, Gukesh created this setup. Not really create, but he pioneered it. Like in some way, he played it at the top level. And that move is a5 here.
Oh, wow.
So that move is still good. So it would be kind of similar to playing the Gukesh variation inside the Caro-Kann. And if white goes a4, you play something like queen c7 and you keep all the pieces on the board. You keep the tension on the board. So no more trades are possible.
Yeah, I think whenever you see the knight on g3 and b3, automatically h5, h4 and a5, a4 become like a very logical move, because they first of all kick the knight away and also gain a lot of valuable space, of course. But once you do play a5 and after a4, then c5 will have to be even, calculated better, because then you could potentially give the b5 square away forever. So
that's a great point.
Gukesh has a tough choice to make, and he is thinking about this right now. But
and I think from Pranesh's perspective, I think this is such a simple setup to play, because all he has to do, let's say if black plays a5, you go a4. Now, whatever you do, I'm going to, except for knight f5, because then I have to take on f5. Let's say whatever you play, I'm going to play f4 next. Then I'm going to play bishop d3 next. Basically, what I'm saying is, you play knight f5, I'm just going to take the knight, then I'm going to push g4, I'm going to push h5, and I'm just going to attack on the king side. And I'm going to ask the question, where are you castling?
Yeah,
because you can't castle on the long side. You just played a5. You can't castle on the short side. Hello, I have the g4, h5. It looks like the attack is way too strong in this position. So I think a difficult position for the world champion already.
Agreed. And at least not a position which he likes, right? Because he likes the initiative. He doesn't like to be in a position where he's kind of defending on the defensive side. But that's what you have to do with the black pieces sometimes, until you finally get the opportunity to, counterattack. Meanwhile, this is the live position here. Let's see how the world champion handles. And And Sehaj, maybe, you can share some thoughts on, let's say, when a player suffers a loss like that, right, which is very painful. You're +4, completely winning. You know how much that game means to you. You end up blundering, losing the game. And we saw a reel also somewhere on social media where, he's not happy. The lift door closes and he's kind of sad there. So what do you make of, what's going on in Gukesh's mind yesterday and today?
I think whenever you go through a loss like that, it's important to stop the bleeding because, of course, it's a new day, but you are still thinking those thoughts carry on until the tournament is going to go on. That those thoughts are going to be with him. So it's important to stop the bleeding, which usually means to play safe and to try to make a quick draw and that's it. Because you don't want the tournament to become worse for yourself because you're not playing in with the right mindset. But with that being said, I think we know Gukesh is, always likes to push for the win. This is why he became the world champion. So it's a bit of a difficult situation overall. But I think it's very important to stop the bleeding.
And, just like Arjun, now it's Pranesh who's moving rapidly in front of the camera. If you saw that one, yeah, he's rushing like the flash in front of the camera. So let's see if that's gonna happen
He's
again.
Channeling the Arjun,
Yeah.
because Arjun was doing the same thing against Gukesh yesterday. By the way, I think he has played A5 or C5.
I hope it's not C5 because
I
C5.
think it was C5.
But that's what we saw, right?
Yeah, he played C5. Wow, that's a mistake already in the position. That's a dubious move, and you can see the blue arrow. It's a 0.6 advantage to Pranesh already with knight takes C5 on the cards. And I think even if Pranesh has not looked at this on the day, he will know this is a mistake because it wasn't the top move of the engine.
I mean,
He will know that it's a mistake.
Sehaj, you talked about this, right? The purpose of, look at White's moves. Look at all of White's pieces. Bishop on E3, controlling C5. Knight on B3, controlling C5. Pawn on D4, controlling C5. So White has basically set up his entire army, a majority of it, just to stop C5. So if that's the opening idea Pranesh comes up with, sitting at home with the help of the engine, he already knows that C5 should not be a great move, as you pointed out. So he's going to sit down, calculate, and let's figure out how can he potentially get the edge now. Because knight C5 is the move, right? First of all, if you take with the pawn, then the E5 pawn hangs. And this is exactly what Gukesh is hoping for. So knight takes C5. I'm assuming you're going to take, right? There's no alternative. Yes. Pawn takes C5 and knight C6 now. So the knight gets a good square. That's the one pro I can think of, after playing C5. But what if, first of all, you play F4? What if you play C3, Bishop B5? We saw a bunch of these moves. How is Gukesh getting the pawn back?
So I think if you played F4, maybe there's D4 and then the bishop on, then the pawn on C5 could fall.
Yeah.
And I think you're supposed to give the E5 pawn because Bishop B5 lands
Queen
into
A5.
Queen A5 check. Exactly.
That's a free piece.
Nice find there. And if I play C3, so I'm keeping the D5 pawn at base. So now I'm not going to allow you to play D4 anymore. And I think you have to take the pawn on E5 now, because if you don't take the pawn, then, well, you are just a pawn down for no reason. Now, we can kind of argue that maybe playing H4 in this position is not ideal because White does want a castle. You've already got the material. You already got the, let's say some advantage in the position. But playing H4 is a bit of a nuisance because you cannot really castle on the short side.
That's a good point. And of course, you might push the pawn to H5, but it's going to be weakness there as well. And going back, Sehaj, in this particular position, to anybody watching, A6 seems to be the best move, actually. Wow. So the Bishop B5 check is a serious threat. So let's figure out what happens on knight takes C5. Sehaj, you pointed out the move. Bishop B5 check. I drop the knight back. And now apparently Bishop D4. And if you look at this logically, how on earth is Gukesh developing here? If you play Bishop E7, then goodbye to the G7 pawn. And if you can't move the bishop, in fact, the best move is Rook to G8.
That's tough.
This is very awkward for Black to make progress because Arjun suffered the same problem, the king in the center. Gukesh is going to suffer the same now.
No, 100%. If you have to play Rook G8 in this position, that's some kind of a concession. I think that's admitting that the position is not very good, or maybe Gukesh is doing this on purpose to try and complicate matters further. But I really don't think that's what's going on here. I feel C5 was a slight inaccuracy in this position.
The thing is, when things are going your way, these moves kind of work. Like they work spectacularly. Like for example, Pranesh had that crazy opening prep against Endrekin, right? And Endrekin couldn't come up with the best, attacking weapon, and Pranesh drew easily, like within an hour. But here, how, luck is kind of not going Gukesh's way. If this goes south, Sahaj, suddenly Pranesh could be much better against Gukesh, and he could put a lot of pressure. And that's not what Gukesh wants to face here. After losing that game to Arjun yesterday, that heartbreaking loss, again, kind of suffering for 4 hours in a chess game. It's going to be a nightmare.
Exactly. And he would be, on the 2700 mark if this was a loss for him. So that's going to be an extra, like, added pressure on top of everything that's going on. So let's see what's going to happen. I think Pranesh right now under deep thought. Let's take a look at some, maybe another game. Maybe we can check out what's happening between Hans and Andreken, because I see a lot of progress in this position and a lot of trades have happened.
Yeah, I think this is where we left it, right? Bishop e7, d3, you pointed out c3. Plan is, of course, to go d4 at the right moment, but black plays d5. I think
we saw this.
We saw this exact same position yesterday as well.
Pawn takes d5 and knight d2 or something we saw with a4 idea and a5. I think it was Nodirbek who played this, right?
Yes, bishop f5. We just saw this yesterday, in fact. But now knight d2, no taking on d5. Takes, comes bishop e6, queen e2, queen c8, a4 challenging the queen side there, queen b7, b4, bishop d6. So far, both the players look very well prepared here. Rook b8 kind of defending the pawn, and now rook to b1.
Wow.
And black is now thinking maybe knight h5, knight f4 is a nice maneuver. Rook e8, putting the rook opposite the queen cannot be a bad decision as well. So far, maybe roughly balanced. White, of course, trying to create better chances though.
100%. And rook b1 is a very smart move as well, because I think in the future he's planning to go knight b3, knight c5. And if you take, I can capture back with my pawn, and then your pawn on b5 is under some kind of a pressure. Some pin is there. Maybe you can play bishop e3 and you can plan it better as well.
Yes.
But knight b3 looks extremely strong. And let's not forget, there's also c4. So there's a lot of ideas in this position. I think Hans is keeping the position more or less flexible. Looks like he has a slight advantage that you get, playing with the white pieces. And yeah, looks like a difficult game ahead for Andreken.
Agreed. So right now, a very tense game. Both the players very well prepared. Maybe it's something, as an opening idea, both the players saw yesterday and they liked it and they kind of, did a control C and control V there. So let's see how that turns out. Meanwhile, going to Nodirbek versus Firuzja again. I think we left it around here where knight e7, c takes was played. Knight comes to f5. Knight comes to c2 defending the pawn. Bishop e7, castles for both the sides. And now, of course, normal development takes on f6. And of course, black opens the f-file there. But now rook to e1, kind of pointing out a major flaw in the black camp. And that's the pawn on e6.
So I'm just wondering, is this already equal for black? Because I don't believe that. Because it feels like whenever black gets f6 in a French position successfully, it usually means black has equalized. So now the d4 pawn is under some pressure. But I feel like Nodirbek could take on f5 and play knight e5 or bishop f4. And you could play on the e5 square. Black does have the French bishop still in the position, which is some kind of a concession. But I think after bishop f5, ef5, moves like bishop f4 have to be... you have to think twice before you play something like this, because there is always the idea of g5.
Oh, wow.
Like if you play bishop f4 too quickly, let's say instead of rook e1, had Nodirbek went for bishop f5 here, bishop f5, bishop takes f5.
Okay, it takes 6 and bishop, okay.
So ef5, bishop f4, and this idea is like g5 here, I think, which could be very risky, because you could play f4, g4, put some pressure on the d4 pawn, and where is that bishop on f4 going?
Agreed, and it's not a typical attack, right? The centers are kind of open. Even then, black kind of plays g5, so quite an interesting concept there. And going back right now, rook e1 has been played, Sahaj, and it seems like queen b6, for example, putting a lot of pressure on that d4 pawn, is kind of highlighting a problem from white as well. Both the pawns are actually weak, and we kind of almost in every French game diss this bishop every single time. What a bad bishop, has no future. Always tries to cancel itself for any white piece. But it does a great defensive job of defending that pawn on e6, while this pawn is not as easy to defend.
100%. When we say cattle and bishop, we mean it as a good thing. When you say Caro-Kann bishop, it's a good thing. It's only the French bishop that's considered to be bad. But as you can see, the bishop on d7 is kind of blocked by its own, forces there. But it looks like, Firuzja has a comfortable position for now. The d4 pawn is under some pressure. Maybe you can do a bit of a deep dive here, Sahil, because I'm genuinely curious. How is he defending the d4 pawn here? Does he want to take bishop f5? Because I think that's the only way that you can save the d4 pawn, right?
Yeah, but you kind of defend your pawn temporarily, but
there
you've
is
also
an imbalance.
Yeah, you've kind of liberated black from its weakness though.
But I can play bishop g. Okay, maybe the b2 pawn is hanging. I did not see that, but maybe I can play bishop g5 anyway. Maybe I can sack it. Let's say bishop g5. You take on g5. Knight takes g5. Now I can just say that I have a good knight. You have a bad bishop, and that's it.
That's a fair
could
decision.
play on
That's
here.
a fair decision, actually. And of course, Black will have his own chances. White will have his chances. And the bishop on d7 still alive. The bad bishop, so to speak. So a complex game here, Sahaj, I think. And though these players kind of, chances to win this event from Firouzja's perspective, a drop would be an excellent result, right? He would be in the lead with the black pieces. And then for Firouzja, at least, he gets to play Arjun tomorrow. So he has a tough lineup, right? He plays... there are 3 people in contention for first place. He plays 2 of them in the last 2 rounds.
Absolutely. I mean, there are no easy rounds, I think, in this tournament. That such is this is how it goes when it comes to, closed, very, very strong events. There are no such easy rounds. So, by the way, Queen d6 is played by Firouzja, and now Nodirbek thinking. And I think we're about to find out whether he goes for bishop f5 and bishop d. I actually love that idea because you do simplify, but at the same time, you're claiming that, okay, your bishop is slightly worse. And those ideas of queen takes b2, I think are never good because I can play rook b1. So let's say bishop g5. You take on g5. I take back with my knight. You take on b2. Now rook b1, rook b7 looks like I'm cooking some kind of an attack on the king side, which could be stressful to say the least.
Agreed, and apparently there's queen f3, which is just
What?
a killer move because, if you pick up this knight, queen d5, and I think majority of people, sitting here in the chat can figure out the details now. Knight f7 check.
You're not taking on d7 either.
Yeah, why should I take the bishop? Yeah, I want the king. Now knight. So maybe you can ask the chat to guess. Yeah, any guesses on what's the best
Maybe
move here for
people in
white?
the audience as well. White to play and win.
Yes.
This was too simple, I think.
Knight h6 check, king h8, and now?
Too simple for Chennai, yeah?
Yes, indeed. Queen g8 check, and that's the typical smothered mate, yeah? Knight f7 checkmate, and it's over.
Exactly. And by the way, I'm just curious. After knight f7 check in that position, I feel rook takes f7 was more logical. But I think after queen f7, rook d8, you have queen takes d7, and the back rank is like just exposed.
Oh, this is
So
just beautiful.
tactically, all of this is making sense. I really think he could go for this variation, but I saw the bar kind of drop a bit after knight g5. So is this position, according to the engine at least, more favorable for black?
It is, and I think we have to figure out what's the problem piece for black, right? And that's the bishop. So black can actually play f3 here. And now the bishop can come to f5, the rook can come to f5, and suddenly black's pieces look much stronger. For example, if you drop the bishop knight back to f3, now black can take, and you don't have the same threats anymore. And of course, h6 also in the air to attack the knight slowly but surely. And our knight on c2 is kind of passive, Sahaj. I don't have knight e3 anymore, and I'm constantly just defending my pawn on d4. Your rook doesn't have the e7 square as well. So Firouzja is doing pretty well in this structure. So right now, Nodirbek needs to come up with some good ideas. And you know what the best move is here?
I'm trying to figure out because I cannot save the d4 pawn otherwise because I can take twice and there is no bishop h7 check anymore in the position. So what's the move?
It's the ridiculous pawn to b4.
Okay, let me digest this. So knight d4.
Which knight?
Let's say knight c takes d4 makes the most sense because you want to put your pieces forward. Knight f takes d4, knight takes d4. Bishop e3.
Bishop
maybe,
e3.
You put
you
some pin on the queen, and this is why you played b4. So black couldn't go queen b2 in some variations.
Yes, and now you take with the bishop, knight takes, queen takes, and of course white has the bishop pair, and here I think white has nothing to complain about. Yeah, bishop comes to b2. I control the e5 square.
Wait. Knight g3. Is that possible? I know it's not. Oh, wait, bishop h7 is there. Never mind. Bishop h7. I was kind of excited about queen takes f2 and maybe some attacking ideas on the king side, but bishop h7 just kills the game completely. So b4 is the move.
Yeah, b4, but a tough one actually. If you're not aware about it, it's not an easy one to find. But right now,
if I play a6 after b4, because I'm guessing your idea is to play b5 as well. So if I play a6,
maybe I can just play rook b1 was my idea, but the engine really loves now bishop f5 again. So
the same setup essentially, but you have a more favorable structure.
Yeah, b4, a6 included in the position. So going back, I think a very complex position. We can see Nodirbek around 11 minutes behind on the clock, trying to figure out the details. He's had a couple of shocking openings with the white pieces, so he would love to be accurate here and not make a mistake. So let's see how this turns out. Jumping to the Arjun game quickly before we go to the Gukesh game. h6, b3, bishop b4, bishop d2, pinning the knight, and now comes knight to d7, bishop d3, and castles. Nothing fancy so far. Both the players developing now. White should castle as soon as possible as well. And then, of course,
No.
Oh, you think g4,
Arjun,
yeah?
It's Arjun.
No chance.
It's Arjun.
Okay.
Why do you think he's thinking here?
Okay, question. So
there is no other way. Why would he think here?
So what do you think is the evaluation according to the engine? instantly after playing G4.
Irrelevant. It's
irrelevant,
Arjun.
yeah?
He goes queen c2 or something, and then he plays g4. That's why he played h3. And I think Nihal kind of gave him a hook as well with h6. So he could very well go for g4. Maybe not right now. Maybe you can play queen c2 first. Just to keep things, just to keep Nihal guessing here.
Let's say rook e8.
Okay, but now you have e5. If I played g4. So if I play g4 now, what happens?
Yeah. E5.
You have e5, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a bit annoying, yeah?
And black breaks in the center while you're attacking on the king side. And now the white king also doesn't have a home side. So it's a dual problem for both the kings. So what do you do now? Maybe you go g4 directly then?
Yeah, let's go for g4 directly. That's what I like more anyways. And actually, it's not that bad.
Yeah, maybe I go for the same plan, no? Like, let's say rook e8. I want to play takes and e5 again.
So, am I in time? I mean, I know the bar is, doesn't like my position, but it's fine. Let's try something safer. Let's go pawn takes d5. Because pawn takes d5, at least I'm stopping you from playing e5. Yeah, now I think it's fine, no? The only problem is I've played b3 here. If the pawn was on b2, this is a normal, well, more or less a normal q2 position. The only difference, difference is that bishop should be on f4 instead of
exactly. D4. I feel the bishop on f4 would have created a lot more attacking chances. The bishop on d2 is other passive. And if something goes wrong, it could go horribly wrong for white as well. So, and let's not discount Nihal's defensive skills. He's shown them in multiple games this event. So, he of course lost yesterday, but that felt like a blooper in a movie. Yeah, It just happened once, might not happen again.
He was completely outplayed yesterday. I think he got into a setup which he wasn't very familiar with, and he was completely outplayed, I think, on the move. I mean, you could blame the opening for that, or you could blame, but I feel Nodirbek just completely got a winning position after move 10. It didn't feel like a game, to be honest.
Yep. And by the way, as they think, we'll jump to the live. This is the live position. Now going to the game of Pranesh, who's decided on a move after c5 by the world champion. That was a minor inaccuracy. Now comes knight takes c5. Gukesh takes back, pawn takes. Let's have the camera as well. And now knight to c6. And this is where white needs to find c3 Sahaj. Otherwise, your move d4 and black chops off the pawn and then is absolutely fine. How easy or difficult it is, for white to find c3 in this position?
It's a very typical idea, I think, inside the Caro-Kann advance. Not just in this setup, you play c3 all the time. Whenever black plays c5, you take the pawn, black plays knight c6. Generally, you have a knight on d7 as well, which complicates things, I think, a bit more. So just by, remembering those structures, those patterns, I think Pranesh should be able to figure it out. If not, then I think he can also use process of elimination. He's attacking the e5 pawn. You played f4, but black can play d4. And I think he has just played c3 already, right? He just played a move.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he already has played c3. It's, I think, very simple move, I think, for someone like Pranesh. And I think Gukesh now in some trouble at least, because there is a pawn on e5, but he should not take it.
Yeah, knight takes e5 could be a potential mistake. He needs to play a6 here. That's the best move, preventing that bishop b5 check, which is going to cause problems for the black king. The knight has to move back and forth. There could be tactics. And we'll discuss this, right? Knight e5, bishop b5 check. Knight has to go back and bishop d4. And suddenly it's very hard for the black pieces to develop. You can't move the bishop. The g7 pawn is hanging. You can't play e5. I can support this pawn with b4. Queen a4 is incoming. White is free to castle slowly. And to kind of help us navigate these problems, we have, Rakesh Kulkarni joining us. Rakesh, bhai, what do you make of the position so far?
I think it's a dream start for Pranesh here. A nice opening, and like from the Netflix documentary Queen's Gambit, that the Caro-Kann is all pawns and no hope. But that should not be the case for the world champion, though, because after a tough loss yesterday, he definitely wants to stop the bleeding, as Sahaj mentioned earlier.
Wow. It's tough. It's tough to stop the bleeding because you constantly want to get that win under your belt. Gukesh still looking for his first win at the event, Rakesh. He's on a -2 score at the bottom of the standings. One win can change a lot for him here. So he's looking for those dynamic chances, but maybe he's taken on too much risk, right in the opening, and Pranesh was well prepared. And now he could be facing some tough choices. For example, knight e5, that tempting pawn, Sahaj. Will he take it or not?
If it was Arjun, yes, but this is Gukesh, so no. I think he is more principled in that sense, and I think he will play a6 or bishop e7 and try to keep the complications alive in the position. Arjun just takes on e5, and then he thinks like he did yesterday twice against Gukesh, I feel, which actually worked in his favor, to some extent. But Yeah, I'm expecting a6 from Gukesh just to stop bishop b5 with the idea of bishop e7 because Gukesh can just play on the fact that white cannot go short castle. In this
Can I go
position.
something like a6, bishop d4? Just
Yeah, you can keep the pawn, bishop e7, I guess, and h5. I go short castle. Okay, my king is a bit safe. I have f6 incoming, so some central break is possible. Oh, h5 is bad actually.
Yeah,
here.
queen c7, and suddenly this pawn is
Wow.
hard to defend. And if you play f4 here, then your move, say, as you pointed out, f6, when it happens in the right circumstances, can give black equality. And now this is exactly what Gukesh is hoping for, Rakesh.
yeah, the world champion is hoping for that. And fun fact that I would like to share, I was upstairs when the players arrived. There was a certain someone with Pranesh who arrived together with Pranesh. Can you guess that person?
Ooh.
Was it his brother?
I mean, his brother, a FIDE master, of course, 2300 rated. That would not have been much of a surprise.
Vaishali?
No, it was actually Adiban.
Oh.
So, he's been around the hotel and, in our commentary booth as well.
He takes the pawn. He's taken the pawn. Okay, interesting. Now Gukesh is saying, I have grabbed on that pawn. Now Pranesh, you show me where is your edge, because now bishop b5 is a must for Pranesh, I think, displacing black's pieces
Queen
and
f4.
making castling very tough.
And Pranesh plays queen f4 check instantly.
Oh, wow.
I think is he trying to put Gukesh under time pressure? Because that was a very quick decision from Pranesh there. And
that's
that
not
was
the
an
best move.
inaccuracy, right?
Yeah, that is a inaccuracy for sure, because the advantage is after bishop b5, knight c6, bishop d4, you're basically making castling very difficult for black.
Yeah.
But the other move order, right? Knight a4, knight c6, like I don't see the same. Do you see the same problem here?
What if I play bishop d4 now?
Bishop d4, queen c7 apparently, and e5 is incoming anyways.
But what was the difference if my bishop was on b5? That's what I'm wondering in this position.
Let's try the same. So let's say I play bishop b5,
knight c6,
knight c6, bishop d4, queen c7, and here apparently maybe I have castles.
What? E5, bishop takes e5.
Oh, nice.
Bishop takes e5 is very nice, yeah. But so now the question becomes, after queen f4 check, knight c6, bishop d4, queen c7, can I go long castle?
The bishop was developed and I could
But
castle
look
now.
at this. That's actually very cool. If I go long castle and you play e5, I cannot go bishop e5 because after queen e5, there's no rook e1.
Exactly. The
That
bishop
is so deep, actually.
by the way, you can play this like bishop b5. It's not like a piece down technically for
No,
white.
this is a piece down. This is a piece down.
But
100%.
it's much better than the queen sacrifice
No,
we were
if you
discussing.
sack a piece and you don't see compensation immediately, like it's very unlikely it will happen. Of course, not bishop e7. He'll go rook c8
Rook
or
e1,
queen c7 is very nice.
Queen g4.
Maybe, yeah.
There is some initiative, yeah?
I see some inspired play coming from you, Tikko, here.
Wow.
Very nice.
Wow, thank you.
Love
you.
it.
But, I'm not sure Gukesh wants this play. He wants something more stable, Rakesh, like a stable edge right now. Yeah. And he's gobbled on the central pawn. So long term, he could have his own chances, right? For example, these pawns could move forward. Once he's castled, he has some potential in the position. But in the short term, he has to make some tough choices.
For sure. And, it's an open secret now that, Gukesh is struggling a little bit, especially in those time pressure scenarios. So Pranesh tries to play fast with queen a4 check. Sahaj, is that a good strategy from Pranesh?
I think only time will tell. No pun intended. So queen a4 check. I think we know knight c6 is pretty much forced, or knight d7 also is interesting. But okay, that feels a bit passive. I would not consider that until I can prove knight c6 is bad. So knight c6, do I have bishop a6?
Oh, wow. That's a very nice tactic usually, because if black can take, you pick up the c6 knight, and if you bring the queen, then the rook also falls. But maybe here the problem is that black can just play queen c7, and then he defends the pawn, defends the knight. But a very nice tactic.
Bishop f4?
Oh, bishop f4, e5.
Yeah, I know the bar is
Just in time,
I'm just ignoring the bar completely.
Just in time, I think.
So if I take on e5,
this check,
and then king, I move, and then I have rook e1 threat. Maybe?
Wow.
I mean, I know you inspired me to do this.
Yeah. Maybe
I
the wrong
blame you for
direction though.
this. I blame you for this. I was gonna have a peaceful commentary day. Now you created some peace sacrifices, and now it's on.
Okay, I think that
I think
does
that's not
mean
working. Yeah, in
that
this
the game
position.
is a lot more complicated than we thought initially. There are, a patterns for both the sides here. So let's see how Gukesh handles this.
By the way, a decision by Nodirbek. He has taken that knight on f5. So that prediction with bishop g5, I think, might happen on the board because it makes sense, right? If you play bishop g5, you do have an imbalance on the board, which is knight versus bishop. And that bishop is on d7. I mean, it's currently a bad bishop. Well, but you did say you can play f4 and try to activate this.
Agreed. So another complex
Bishop
position.
f4.
Bishop f4 also looks logical.
So would be nice to have Nodirbek and Firuza's camera there. So
Yeah.
we can see their reactions.
So let's see what happens after bishop f4. Would you dare take that pawn? I feel that's
No.
too risky, no?
Don't do that.
So maybe rook e8, trying to offer the trade of rooks here.
And now maybe something like queen d2.
Queen d2.
You take my rook, I take back. Simple.
Okay. And should I offer the second trade as well? Oh, wait,
I mean, the
b2?
more you trade, now you can take on
Now you
b2
can
because
take
I
on
don't have
b2.
rook b1. Yeah. So okay, so after rook e8, can I go knight d1? Okay, but
You
never mind.
can take with the knight actually, but
I don't want to do that because you have knight takes
that's-
d4.
Oh,
No.
that's so weird, yeah.
I don't want to do this. No. There's knight takes d4 now. That removes the
Yeah.
advantage from the position. So after rook e8, wait a second. So after bishop f4 rook e8, there must be something here.
We just takes, and queen d2 could be one
But
option.
then queen b2 will
Queen
hang
d2
again.
anyways, yeah.
Maybe knight e5.
Oh, nice. But there's no g5. That's a nice move. I like that.
And I think
He's played something.
Yeah.
bishop g5, your move played. Wow.
Wow. Oh, so this is what I also, but this was not good for Nodirbek, right?
It's not great at least. And now I think bishop g5, knight
Only
g5,
move.
and f4 is the move. How easy is that move, Rakesh, to play and not take that pawn, tempting pawn on b2?
It is tough, but Firuza has done crazier things this year. He's won almost every other tournament, and I would say he's like the player of the year in 2026 so far.
Firuza?
Yeah.
Yeah. There can be an argument for that for sure. And if he wins this, it only cements that argument
Exactly.
even more, to that extent. So, but takes on g5 and f4 is the move. f4, I don't know if this is an easy move to play because your eyes will go to rook e8 or queen takes b2. f4 also makes a lot of sense because you want to activate the bishop, but you also want to activate your rook. That's a more important piece in the position.
Agreed. We've seen how problematic the position can get when your 8 rook is not active. Yeah, Arjun has some memories from that one, but okay, we'll stick to today's games. And by the way, a huge time lead for Firuza as well. 22 minutes on the clock. So Nodirbek will have to be on his guard here. Jumping back to the game of the world champion quickly. Queen a4, still no moves here. Any other game that feels tempting, Sahaj?
I think we can look at the game of Arjun and Nihal. I mean, not a single piece is traded. Arjun is still thinking whether to push g4 or not. And I think he might, because generally when you think this much before a decision, and the decision is just short castle, right? The more you think, the more you convince yourself that, okay, g4 could be possible here.
And also justifies his h3 move in the opening.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think Arjun's sitting confidently. You don't see him think for too long in the opening, usually, Rakesh. And once he's
rare.
thinking, he castled. I think maybe he definitely thought about it though. He
Yeah.
considered this, but he thought it was too risky. Let me just play castles.
So I think he's going to play g4 after castling. That would be the most Arjun thing to do, I think.
Also, very kind of Arjun to, he waited for Nihal to show up at the board at the start of the game. Both players were running almost 30 seconds or 1 minute late. So nice to see some friendship and camaraderie between the
Sportsmanship.
Indian Olympiad team
Indeed.
members.
Yeah, we know how strong the unity is within the team. Of course, at the end, we had a double gold in the last Olympiad. That doesn't happen without strong unity between the team. And right now, bishop d6, Nihal plays it very quickly in just a few seconds. The bishop is now looking towards the white king. And of course, long term, the plan is to take on c4 and then play this pawn break, important pawn break e5. That would bring the knight into the game. The bishop would open up and suddenly black has roughly equalized the edge.
I'm just trying to remember if this is because this looks like Miran. This looks exactly like Miran with, of course, h3, h6. There was this idea of Anish where he played h6 some time ago, which was kind of a waiting move. So you can justify h6 in some way, but bishop b4, bishop d6 loses a tempo. Now, I think that is possible in some variations because your bishop on d2 is a bit misplaced. Generally, you would want to play bishop b2 here. And then e4 becomes a very nice move because you open up that a1, h8 diagonal. But since now the bishop is on d2, it's a bit misplaced here. But I really like this position for Arjun. I don't know. I feel this is already a very good advantage because you can play e4 at the right moment.
And why not now? Is my question. Because
Oh,
if
really?
you
You can
if
do
you
it now?
wait, let's say I play a move like Rook C1, right? Black will, I think, at some point just play E5 himself.
But that's usually not a good thing for black because you can take everything and the IQP will be there.
No, I'll take and then play E5. But why can't
okay,
you play
that makes
E5 and
sense.
E4 instantly? Is there something wrong with this? Because it looks tempting. I do open my bishop now. Suddenly the bishop is smiling. If you take, I take with my knight. Now I attack the bishop as well, which you have to move again likely. I mean, it looks like a decent move. So I'm not sure if E4 is instantly possible.
So knight takes e4. I think let's do a bit of a deep dive here because there's a lot of simplification happening here, a lot of trades happening. So takes everything, knight f6, I guess.
Knight f6, but
Bishop.
okay.
Let's put it to c2 now, not on d3, just because it's different and you might play queen d3 at the right moment.
Look at that bar, Sahaj.
Oh, I didn't even see it. Wow.
Completely rising.
Can I play why is it so much better?
So
Can I play c5?
Yeah, I think here knight f6 is maybe an
But why?
inaccuracy. Maybe because you are, avoiding c5 and e5 breaks, right? Because black needs to challenge the d4 pawn. That's why e5 here apparently is the best move.
Oh,
Challenging
wow.
instantly.
I don't think that is natural here. Because I think that the natural thing is to play c5 after you take on e4. Generally, you go dc4 and e5 and
Yes.
de4 and c5.
Yes.
That's how you play, I think.
Yes.
At least as far as I know. Playing e5 maybe is not the most natural thing here.
Also a possibility. I mean, if you play d5, I get the c5 square. So options here, I think, for black, but e4 would be kind of forcing matters instantly. Will Arjun play it? He's considering it right now. And Rakesh, I think this is an important match as well, right? If Arjun wins, while, Firuzja and let's say Nodirbek draw, he could be in sole lead with 1 round to go.
Yeah, and Arjun would love a super tournament when he's not won a big one yet, and especially him being the brand ambassador of Quantbox. This would be doubly sweeter, Sahil.
Indeed. And let's see what he does. Jumping back to the game of Pranesh versus Gukesh. Knight c6 has been played by the world champion after a deep think. 9 minutes he took for that one. And now the question is, what is the best way for Pranesh to put pressure? He must be out of prep, very, very likely. He plays, I think, bishop to b5, which is the most human move you have in this position. Apparently knight h5 was the other way to play. Again, not allowing black to castle. Yeah, you cannot play bishop up anymore because g7 would fall.
I don't know. I don't like that decision from Pranesh so much because if we go back one move instead of queen f4 check in this position, now if you play bishop b5 check, knight c6, queen f4 is not forced. If you play queen a4 check, knight c6, then bishop b5 at least makes more sense because your bishop is still in its original square. So I think just changing that move order would have been, I think, a bit better in this position. But I think he decided that he wanted the bishop on b5 and the queen on a4 to put pressure on the knight on c6. And now I think it's very complicated position. And well, the purpose of Caro-Kann, which is what the world champion played, is now shown. I think this is a very complicated position. Anyone can win.
Wow. And now, of course, you have to defend this. If you move the rook, then this pawn could be loose. So queen c7, also supporting e5, makes a lot of sense here, Rakesh. And now, how does white even continue? Because if you give me time, if I develop the bishop, castle, maybe my central pawns might be stronger than your pawn on c5 in some cases long term. So how can white keep piling the pressure?
I think I can borrow a leaf out of your previous idea, and play knight h5 here. Stopping the development of your bishop, and suddenly you don't really have a good way to continue it.
No, there is a6 and you can...
But you're not threatening anything, yeah?
That's a good point. But maybe I will take on b5 anyway. So queen takes a8 and king b7. Let's go. I mean, you know that this is the mood today. I think we are in the mood to make sacrifices.
I had a peek at the engine, and here after castles, you know what the move for black is? It's queenside castles.
No. I want to go ab5. I'm convinced. Nobody had to convince me.
So Sahaj goes from a queen sack to a rook sack. I think that's we can get behind that. We can get behind that one. Yeah, I like that more at least.
Okay, no, never mind. I really don't like the bar sometimes.
Yeah, the engines have really spoiled us now.
By the way, in the Nodirbek game, he has played f4. So I think the position is now...
Wow.
This was the move we were talking about. That was the problem behind this whole bishop g5 idea. Ooh. So does that mean Firuzja has equalized? Because I think the knight on g5 still looks very dangerous to me. And I like the idea of queen f3. What do you have
Saj.
after queen f3?
Don't think about, not just it's equalized. Maybe he seems slightly better, I would say.
No, but that's normal, I think. That's been happening in Nodirbek's games. He gets into a worse position and then he fights back and then he somehow wins, yeah?
Also, I think, for example, Queen f3 is a nice move, threatening the same smothered mate. Rook f5, knight e6 is forced, takes, and even after queen b2, right? So black winning a pawn.
4 also is there.
Yeah, I think even after black winning pawn, like the position is roughly equal. That tells you white has some venom in this position. The f pawn has been pushed, and as you constantly mentioned, Sahaj, I think that does open the black king. So here also the game is roughly balanced after, let's say, queen to d3, defending the knight, which in turn defends the rook, and black will still have to be careful. So Nodirbek will have his chances.
So I think Nodirbek fans, and shout out to his brother as well here in the fan zone. I think they should not be worried. So
Absolutely. Looks like there's a decent attack though in the position. But can I go queen, not f3, but can I go queen h5?
Oh, okay. That's a nice threat to have in the position. But maybe again, the pawn really helps, right? Bishop f5. And suddenly, I don't like my queen on h5. I can kick it back at any point with g6. The knight is also hanging. If you move the knight, then d4 falls. And d4, I'm okay sacrificing b2. But I would rather not give d4 away.
Something is cooking here. I'm telling you, something is cooking. There is some crazy idea in this position, like rook e6.
what?
I don't know, like something. I'm just throwing out ideas in the air.
It's Levy day today, I think.
But something is cooking here.
It's time.
Yeah, I think this is where Levy started his YouTube channel. Yeah, today is the anniversary.
Bishop c2 is possible, of course. So not at this exact moment, but there must be something in the position. So let's go back maybe one move. Not queen h5 then. What has Nodirbek seen here? He must have seen something. Can I play knight? No, knight f3 doesn't make sense. Queen f3, you have rook f5, right? Or you said
rook f5.
so queen f3, rook f5. Let's go there.
Knight is now hanging, so you don't want to go back, of course.
Can I play h4?
h4, maybe h6, kind of similar position.
Yeah, but now the h6 pawn is a kind of a weakness. So knight e6 now
takes.
Yeah, this I will play. No, this is good because now h5 puts another problem on the light squares. Queen d3, yeah.
I was thinking queen. Oh yeah.
I don't think this is worse for white in any way because you've got control of the e file. Your king is completely unsafe, and rook e1, and this is dangerous.
And Saj, this is completely Nodirbek's style.
Exactly.
He loves to play these complicated positions.
Could f3 be a problem here for black? Like either
First, you
let's rook f8.
Yeah.
I double my rooks. I bring the last piece into the game.
Rook e1.
Rook e1, let's say. I'm worried about this f3. Black balance is queen a2, but even f3 feels very irritating. Yeah.
Oh, but wait, you see the position is completely...
Yeah, I mean, knight e3 is now possible. Maybe that's the problem. But at some point...
I was thinking rook e8 territory, like something like rook e8 and queen f5 maybe could be a plan.
Oh, that's also very interesting, right? Because you have to be careful. Wow.
That looks interesting, at least.
I think black is mopping up pawns. If white strikes. If you don't strike, then black just wins. So quite a dynamic position here. By the way, Nodirbek is way behind on the clock here. So Firuz just seems to be, let's say satisfied and comfortable with this position, at least more than Nodirbek right now.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see, if Firuzja is having a walk and checking out Arjun's game. Because remember, just both of them are in the joint lead. If Firuzja beats Nodirbek, then he doesn't have to worry about Nodirbek anymore.
True.
And even Arjun is having an eye on this game because maybe their strategies change according to the tournament situation.
Absolutely. I think winning a super tournament is always something to, boast on your CV. And by the way,
I see another cool idea. Like, okay, this is maybe not possible in the long term, but I was thinking the knight on c2 is a bit misplaced.
Yes.
So I wanted to play knight e1, knight f3, and maybe knight e5. So, but that's the problem with the rook. Now I don't know what to do with the rook.
Also h6 is incoming, right? So if you wait a move, then the knight will have to come to the f3 square. Because I don't have knight h3, black will just take. And the last thing I want to do is remove this bishop, and damage my structure. So,
and just that point, let's say a pass move for white, you protect the pawn with b3. I am also thinking of f3. And if knight f3, do I have bishop g4 pinning the knight and
maybe rook e3 helps though.
Oh yeah, rook e3.
Maybe rook e3 just saves the day, but that's a very nice idea. I think the f3 move is quite irritating, yeah?
You don't want to go into a rook ending with a pawn down against Nodirbek.
Yeah. Even an equal ending.
Even in an equal ending, that's not a good idea. Yeah.
So quite an interesting position. Actually, going back, maybe b3 is actually not so bad. Then Rakesh, a nice move. Just forever, kind of taking care of that pawn on b2, and then maybe slowly but surely you want to bring this knight into the game, push the queen forward at some point, either to f3 or to d2, and connect your rooks as well. And that's when white is very comfortable, because then the problem of this bishop might show up. But right now it does have a comfortable square on f5. So interesting position, Sahaj. I'm gonna jump to the Gukesh game quickly, because look at what just happened.
Oh,
Okay, so we have to go back a few moves. Knight c6, bishop b5 is where we left it. We felt Pranesh had kind of taken his first step in the wrong direction. Now queen d7, not the best move by the world champion. He should have played queen c7. But now queenside castles. I mean, Pranesh has raised the stakes, from, level 3 to level 9 now.
Pranesh has just said the words in poker, all in, brother. He is completely all in. And says, I don't know the result, but we will have a decisive result, like we predicted yesterday.
100%, I think it's going to be a decisive result. I think right now, I'm not sure what that result is going to be. Was short castle a better decision for Pranesh instead of long castle?
Yes, I think simply castling here, especially now the h4 pawn is also not hanging, by the way. So would have been a nice
Great
move.
point.
But now castles, and Gukesh does play the best move a6, asking the question right now. This is not a threat, as we discussed, but black is threatening queenside castles of his own, and then the bishop could be hanging. And wherever you move it, it's not happy, right? Either you take on c6, I take with the queen, and if you do trade queens, then there is no attack. Either you can't put it here. If you put it here, I trade it off, and bishop e2 is not the most active square. So tough decision incoming for Pranesh as well.
It looks like a very good position, I think, for Gukesh overall. Now, the question is, if he has gone all in, then let's go for f4 with the idea of f5, and okay, we'll see what sticks.
Let's say I castle.
I don't want to take on c6 because that's going to go into an endgame.
So
Maybe
bishop e2 then, or bishop d3?
I'm just worried that I might get checkmated here with some...
Yeah, the bishop
bishop
d3, yeah?
d3 then.
Because that bishop is a strong piece. Let's say takes.
But now the light squares maybe don't look very appealing. Bishop e7, yeah.
Maybe now I want to bring my rook, but the h4 pawn is also hanging. So h5.
No, this is not... I think he
Can
wants
I
to
go
keep the light
f5
bishop.
because my queen protects the pawn, along the rank. So my rook is free now.
f5.
Oh, knight e5 I think is there.
Knight e5 is also kind of forcing the queen trade. So this is not looking great for Pranesh, yeah? So Gukesh's gamble of playing that move c5 seems to be working for now.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's working quite well actually. a6. Any chances you think he's going to go pawn takes b5 and sack the rook somehow?
No chance.
No.
I think Gukesh...
I mean, he has castled on the long side. If there was a case to be made, that case became stronger because Pranesh castled on the long side.
After yesterday's loss, I don't think he's taking any undue risks.
Yeah. Like if you take him back in time, the first thing he would do is accept that draw, I think, against Arjun. So
Yeah.
And by the way, let's say you play rook h1 is a move that comes to mind, putting the rook opposite the king. But again, black can just castle queenside, and you're again left with that choice what to do about the bishop. If you take, black takes with the queen. Again, if you take, then black has this massive pawn mass in the center, Rakesh. At some point, if you manage f6 and e5, then yeah, these double pawns don't make a huge impression. Black has the bishop pair as well.
Also, it feels like a London bishop. Yeah, the bishop on h7. But
Yeah.
it's like a reverse London bishop.
Yeah.
It's so powerful in the position. You really want to trade this off by playing bishop d3. But that feels like you're also giving up your advantage. So difficult position for Pranesh.
A6, an interesting idea I was thinking was, what if I want to keep that knight pinned? So I go queen a3, protecting the pawn on c5. And then if you long castle, just play bishop a4.
Bishop a4. That's more interesting.
Bishop e7.
Bishop
maybe?
e7 looks nice.
You can keep the pin. I think the bishop on b5 is more useful because you want to take bishop a6 at the right moment.
Yeah, true.
So here it's just the bishop on a4 is good if you can play knight e5 at the right
Imagine
moment. But
this
the
knight
is on
being
g5.
here. Yeah.
I was thinking this.
Imagine if this knight was here, suddenly the game ends on the spot. So talk about the placement of pieces. And you did play knight e2 knight g3. So
No, I was once playing like a casual friendly game against another grandmaster from England. His name is Zhao Yangfan, and basically it was a similar situation. I was in a dead loss position, and then I basically put my knight not from g3 to e5, but I pretended like I was going like this, and then it was like, where did that move come from? And we had a very very long laugh about that. So it just reminded me of that moment.
And I remember, I think it was Awadh, our country director on Chesscom India, who played knight g3 to e5 against Arjun Erigasi in a game. And Arjun was like shocked. Okay, what's this, brother?
And we check out that video on our Chesscom India channel as well.
Amazing video. But okay, that's not going to happen.
Let's go back, I think, on the live board after a6. I have an interesting idea here. What if I play c4? Okay, I am not giving you time to castle.
So, evaluation guess. Right now, it's minus 0.3. I feel it's a great move. It's going to raise the stakes. Any guesses on the evaluation
No,
once
it's
he
gonna
puts d4?
raise the stake, but it's gonna, put the bar down for sure.
Down, yeah?
For
What do you
sure.
think?
I think -1.
-1. Any guesses on the evaluation?
Minus 0.8.
Yeah, I agree. Somewhere in that range. And it is minus 1.1. Wow.
No,
Score.
I will fight the engine on this. Let's go. What do you play?
Now, if you castle queenside,
No,
your
that must
idea
be-
actually works pretty well. You can take on d5, e takes d5, and now double up on the d file.
What?
And this
So
is,
there's no AB5 hanging?
yeah, just rook d2 apparently. And if you
What?
take on b5, queen a8 check, knight b8, and now there is bishop f4.
Oh, but this feels very inhuman.
But he could find it, Saj. He could find it. Like, this is not too
No,
tough.
this feels very playing rook d2 is impossible, I think.
You don't need to play rook d2. You can play anything, I think.
Like rook
because-
e1 or something.
yeah,
maybe
it's the
makes
same
more
concept.
sense.
It's the same concept. Because bishop f4 is happening anyways.
So is he thinking about c4 then?
Definitely could be happening. But then after c4, apparently the problem move is rook c8. And now you're kind of forced to react in some way, via this bishop. Because if we take on c6 again, I get the endgame.
So if I go bishop c6, you have bc6, cd5 should be fine for you.
Yeah, even apparently...
Even queen c6.
Yeah, queen c6 is something I was
anything
thinking
is
of.
fine here. I don't want to take on c6 whatsoever.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ignore bishop c6. That feels bad. Let's go c takes d5, ab5. Oh, but is it really that bad? Wow. So just tactically it just doesn't work. Yeah, maybe Pranesh just overlooked the idea of a6 and long castle. Maybe he just didn't think that black can also castle on the long side.
Maybe this bishop has to do something with the evaluation here, Rakesh. Yeah, because
Yeah,
once
for
this
sure.
collapses, I think your king is basically right in the middle of the ground, getting assaulted from all sides. So tough one here, and Pranesh could make a mistake. One mistake would cost him a lot, and this is the life position right now. He is deep in thought, but maybe a golden opportunity for Gukesh to get his first win as well.
For sure. And maybe it's Gukesh is slightly out of form and Pranesh played a little bit faster. Maybe he was over ambitious as well. But I think kudos to Pranesh for at least trying this out against the world
We have a
champion.
move. We have a move, and let's see what that is. Crucial moment in the game. What did he plays knight h5? He basically is thinking. I think you are right. I think you mentioned Sahaj that he's not considered black castling queenside. Maybe he's trying to stop the dilemma of the bishop so that black cannot go kingside. But now queenside castles and black is slightly better.
No, he wants to take everything and play bishop d4, I think.
Okay, takes, bishop d4. But what if f6 and now f4? Yeah.
Yeah. At least. No, this looks bad.
Rook e8.
I think Gukesh is happy. He's
E1.
playing for 2 results if this happens.
But there is bishop e4, kind of stopping the rook's
No,
access.
Don't do that. Because we will. You know what I'm about to do.
Oh, you want to? No.
E4.
No exchange
Yeah,
sacks,
right
please.
now you are just tempting me. No, I'm not right now, but at some point I'm going to take on e4 for sure. That bishop is way too powerful. I think if you play e5, then I can take, and then rook e4 can be a nicer move because that you will have double pawns in the center. But knight h5, a dubious move according to the engine, at least from what I can see on the screen. And a golden opportunity for the world champion to take charge. By the way, let's switch to Arjun versus Nihal because we do have some updates there. Instead of going e4 and breaking the center, he has gone for rook e1, preparing for e4, and Nihal looks like immediately has played rook e8. And now e4 is not as strong. I see the bar is not as high as it was. Now, what is the reason for that, Sahil? Can I play e4 here?
I think you can and you should, because otherwise I think black will slowly play e5. But maybe after rook e8, black is also, better prepared for e5, Sahaj. Like white was already ready for e4, and maybe e5 is not as strong. Now let's say dc4, bc4, and e5, and black is maybe close to equalizing here.
Equalizing.
What do you do? As
I
white?
have no idea. Maybe bishop c4 instead of bc4. Can I do that?
Bishop c4.
Because at least now I'm asking some questions, right? Like, do
E5.
you want to play e5?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have knight g5.
Let's go queen c2.
Queen c2. Let's say I take.
Okay,
take
this
with
is
the
bad. Yeah,
knight.
this is bad. Knight
Knight
e5, I guess. Yeah,
Bishop
no,
has to
this is
drop
bad.
back.
Your pieces are very well placed here, so this is maybe not as good. So after e5, let me think of something else. And I'm really regretting that b3 move here. I wish I could just have if I could just have a move, I will just play b2.
Yep.
Just to get the position back, and this should be quite comfortable for Arjun there. So no e4 possible.
Yeah, I mean, a3 instead of b3 would be beneficial here. But right now, position, balance, both the players trying to pair their pawn breaks. e4 is what white wants to play. e5 is what black wants to play.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, some updates on the Nodirbek board. Looks like Firouzja is in a much better position.
He found b4.
He played
now
b4.
Bishop f5.
Now looks like he's losing a pawn, no? With bishop. Okay, bishop c2 not immediately because there's queen c2 and there would be a mate in one threat.
If you try to take the pawn, that might be too much, yeah? It's checkmate.
Just a little bit, yes. So knight e6 instead looks interesting because I'm forcing you to take on e6. Otherwise, I put my knight on c5, and your pawn on f4 is also hanging.
Yeah.
So do you go bishop e6 here?
I guess so, because I am ready to trade that bishop off. It wasn't anyways the star enjoy
the
for
bar
position.
so worse here? Like it doesn't feel it should be this bad.
Yeah, the best was rook f6, but I think that's not easy to play, because knight c5, as you mentioned, is a nice square for my knight, and it blocks the queen's path to the d4 square as well. There are knight d7, knight e6 ideas still remaining, attacks the b7 pawn as well. So even though the engine calmly says rook f6, I don't think like it's as easy to play,
It's not easy, definitely.
That's
Nodirbek is super tricky. He's not going to go down without a fight. So, I mean, engine can say it's like really better, but there's a lot of fight left.
49 minutes for Nodirbek, who's still in the hunt here for first place. He won an amazing game against Nihal Sarin. Like, barely gave him a chance to breathe. A beautiful attack with the black pieces, ending with the brilliancy knight sacrifice. Can he do the same again? Right now, Firouzja matching him toe-to-toe. He's playing some amazing chess, has activated his bad bishop and turned it into a good one, Rakesh.
Yeah. And, in fact, I think from after this game, we're just going to have one of these players in the running for the title, and the other is probably going to be Arjun, I see.
Yeah.
So lots to play on for. FIDE circuit points at stake. So the stakes are super high, Sahaj.
100%. Very, very high stakes. And looks like Ali Reza right now is much more comfortable. I don't know if it's like really that better because I feel the engine is being a little biased here. Because it looks like there is a lot of pressure on the queen side. Plus, there is a possibility of taking the pawn on b4 and complicating things further. Let's see what he goes for. Bishop c2, knight b4, all of these are possible options. Okay, question. Can I play queen f3?
Oh, wow. Queen f3.
Okay, that's
Bishop
not
c2,
that bad. That's
queen
okay.
d5.
Yes.
King h8, knight f7, takes. But maybe you don't have the same back rank ideas now,
I didn't want to play knight f7 actually. I wanted to play like something else. I just wasn't sure what the move is going to be. Maybe like b5. No, actually. No. D4. Knight d4 is just bad.
It's now the bishop is very nice. Yeah, it's like the star piece of the game now suddenly. Defense mate on h7. Yeah, this is tough. So going back, this is the live position, by the way. So Nodirbek under pressure on the clock as well. 30 minutes behind actually. So this is not looking easy.
Not normal also.
Not normal.
Okay, what if I play rook c1? So my idea is if you take on b4, I capture everything and I play rook c7. That's how I can justify it. And if you played bishop c2, then there is queen c2 and the h7 pawn hang. So I'm not dropping any pawns.
Yes.
I love rook c1, Sahaj.
What's your move?
I like this move.
Nodirbek move, yeah.
It's a nice move. And I think black should play h6, right? To ask the question finally. Are you going to go back? Are you going to go forward?
No, now I'll go knight e6 with open hands. Like, please take it.
Let's say
That
takes
bishop looks
rook e6.
very strong.
And now
this is fine, I think. This, I think, again, Nodirbek is pressing here.
rook e8 maybe.
Queen g. G4, I guess. G4. That's not so bad, no?
Yeah, it's not bad at
Rook
all.
h6 is a threat now.
Oh, nice. Very nice move.
True. I think looks like a very balanced position indeed. So going back and no f3 possible anyway. So maybe at knight e6 is the move that will equalize the game for white. This is the live position right now. And white is thinking, so rook c1 is the move we think should be nice for Nodirbek here. He's thinking, having a sip of water. He will come up with this move very likely.
100%. So rook c1. Again, the way you justify is black's idea is to take on b4. You just want to trade everything and put your rook on the 7th rank. Because rook e7 is not possible. Yeah, because if the queen is on b4, then it guards the e7 square by the queen. So rook c7 is how I can justify this move. And let's say if black ignores everything. Let's say after rook c1, you play like rook e8. But rook e8 is a mistake, I guess, because takes and queen f3.
I mean, maybe there is some... queen
maybe
d8, actually.
No, double it.
It's so
Wow.
Is an f4 hang? Queen f4, there's bishop c2. Backhand.
Yeah, that's going to be a sad end to the game, actually, for whites. So going back, I think there are tactics in the position. Yeah, looks like a strategic battle, but suddenly tactics in the game.
Yeah, I'm guessing Nodirbek finds rook to c1, the best move. Amazing idea found by Sahaj there. It kind of holds everything together, Sahil.
Agreed. And activates a piece. Yeah, the only piece of white not playing right now. Let's bring it into the game. Makes a lot of sense. Now jumping to the Arjun game quickly because we have a decision. He's chosen the pawn to e4 break finally. And Nihal quickly grabs the pawn on c5. And now a crucial decision. Do you take with the bishop? Do you take with the pawn?
If I take with the bishop, there's like this b5, b4 idea always for Nihal. So
Or e5 even.
yeah, true.
That pawn on b3 is just uncomfortable. You want that pawn to be on b2.
Yeah, I would love to have bishop a2 as an option here. But unfortunately, black is going to pre-move e5 here, yeah?
Wait. What? Did he just play e5?
No, I don't think so.
I just saw him push the pawn.
Wait, did he play e5?
I just saw him. What?
Oh, it's possible. It's possible. Wow, that's a unique move, yeah?
Yeah,
I was thinking about it, but I just didn't believe in it
Wait,
enough.
I've never seen e5 as a reaction to d takes e4. Never in my life. And I think chess books missed this out. Maybe they cropped that page. I don't know what happened.
and that's why he's known as the madman. He's taking Nihal into a forest where 2 + 2 = 5, just like Mikhail Tal used to.
Look at Nihal. I think he looks confused. Wait, okay, this is new chess. I've never seen this chess before. Can we go full screen for a
No, you
moment?
brought up a good point. I'm trying to think of moments where pawn takes d takes e4 happened and white played
He's
e5.
right. I have never seen
I
it.
have never
Rare,
seen it in
actually.
any
It's actually
book,
quite rare.
any course. This is absolutely like chess history being graded right now.
No, like the notebook maybe.
Never have I seen it because you don't give your life square bishop as white ever, right? That's the problem here. And now black should take, I think, on d3. You will take on d6. And only God knows like who benefits from this meta, yeah? Because it does feel like it should be black, but clearly Arjun has an idea in mind.
But opposite colored bishops, which means that whichever sides attacks, you are attacking with an extra piece.
Yeah,
So and at this moment, especially with the pawn on d6, it looks like white is dominating on the dark squares.
Look at this, knight b6, knight e5, and white is close to
You just leave the pawn. Yeah?
Wow.
Queen takes d6, what is happening?
knight e4 apparently. You take, rook comes to the game, and suddenly all of white's
Rook
pieces...
g4, bishop h6. Boom!
Wow.
That looks bad.
Attack building up here potentially, but going back, okay, this is the life position right now.
Look at Nihal, he's confused. What the hell just happened with me?
Do you think he saw e5 or like
No way.
complete
No,
shock?
look at him.
Wow. So
Says
Nihal,
any chance he saw e5?
I mean, probably not, yeah?
Yeah, no chance.
Probably not.
wow.
Yeah, this looks difficult. So c takes d3, e takes d6. That's, I think, forced in the position.
Yep.
I think that's forced, right? So
Yes.
takes. And now I think you have to play something aggressive because if you allow white the time to, form an attack with knight e5, rook e3, rook g3, that will be a very, very difficult thing to face for Nihal. So usually when you are facing an attack on the king's or on any side, you are supposed to break the center. So let's try for c5 in the position.
Yep. If no e5, then maybe c5 is the move. And now I can't go knight e5 because this pawn is hanging. And I have to react in some way. Could I play bishop e3 as a choice here?
I like that. Queen d3 is also being threatened now.
Yeah. CD4, bishop D4, still kind of stopping E5. Why is it equal? It looks like it should be better, no?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, tough
Maybe
position.
I have like B5, Queen D3,
B5,
Bishop B7.
Queen D3, bishop B7. Let's say now.
Knight
I was
E5.
thinking rook D1 just to kind of keep this pawn well defended. How is it equal?
You know that D6 pawn is either going to win white the game or cost white the game.
Wait, he goes for pawn takes D3.
Okay, it's
That's a
happening.
good move. Well, on only move in the position.
Yeah.
Sahaj, by the way, don't you think this is your favorite round of the tournament?
Round 6, yeah.
Yeah, because it's round 6 of 7.
Out of 7. Wow. Wow. Some had to be done, yeah.
He had to be done. Yeah. Nihal has taken. You never take on F6, right? You want that bishop like for like trade.
Yeah, so it does seem like Nihal Sarin has found the principled move, and Arjun's still walking. Arjun is like, I know you played quickly, but maybe he has like a counter.
The
So
speed of light, yeah.
yeah, so maybe for every one move he plays, like he has to complete 1,000 steps. So until those are done, he will not come back and play. So that's the principle he has. But meanwhile,
He crosses again.
he's still crossing. That's nice.
Maybe it's Nihal's acting like it doesn't feel like Nihal has played.
Oh, no,
By the way, look, I see a very strange move being played out in the Nodirbek board. He did not play rook b1. He went for a4.
Ooh.
So he's doubling down on it, and he's saying, if you want to take the pawn on b4, be my guest. And also b5 is another threat in the position.
I love
that
b5.
looks interesting at least.
Even A5, kicking the queen away from
And then b5. yeah?
and then B5.
I was thinking b5 also, you kick the knight and rook e7, something like this.
Also, such B5 kicking the knight away, knight B4 attacking D5 now.
Yes, that's another knight. And knight d3, knight e5 could just be an additional plan in the position. So
Nodirbek with the goods.
yeah,
I mean, I'm just okay. I looked at the engine right now. You will not guess what the first move here.
yeah,
here
it's
is.
impossible. And I think
Very, very tough.
I mean, you want to move the knight because you also get the e7 square for your rook anymore. But the best move, as you mentioned, is knight to d8, which is just insane. Which is
No way.
letting go of the e7 square. White is kind of really playing b4, a4, b5 to push that knight, and you voluntarily move it anyways.
But did you see if white goes knight a3 here, black has to play knight c6 back. So basically, even the engine doesn't understand what to play here.
And this would be the most unique draw repetition ever. Knight C2, knight D8, knight A3, knight C6.
Wow.
That's so weird. Yes.
Okay, this is a very weird position, but a4, I think a principled move for sure, because you want to play b5, push that knight back. So let's see how Firuzja handles this. And one brief look at the game of the world champion before we take our first break of the day, because he has castled on the queen side. So now a crucial move for Pranesh. Is he gonna take on c6 and accept that maybe my attack is just not coming, I have to go into a slightly worse position? Or is he gonna take more risk on with something like bishop d3 and accept a much worse position with maybe some potential attack long term? I don't know what's the correct solution here, but bishop c6 is the only move on the board right now he can place a hedge.
I think he has to take on c6 because at the end of the day, you are rupturing the pawn structure for black. And that's some concession to the position. You can take everything, push b4, push f4, and yeah, it's a bit worse for Pranesh, but I think it's still holdable territory. But if you played bishop d3, then the pawn on c5 can be a target in the future of the game. So this is what he will try to avoid, I feel.
Yeah, and even here I think, where is the attack, right? Because you've already castled
Without
queenside.
the bishop, there is no attack.
Yeah, you don't have b4, b5 as an option anymore.
What?
What? He drops the bishop back. He's dropped the bishop back to e2, in fact.
Big mistake.
Yeah, that's a mistake for sure. I think he's of course playing with a win. That's very obvious. Maybe he wants to.
You said there was no b4 and b5, right?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I mean, I thought like in that position after bishop c6.
Okay, whatever you play, I'm going to go b4 next. Pre-move. Okay,
No,
please don't play knight.
after the bishop, it's possible, I think. Because you have the bishop, you have some attacking chances. But black will also get some chances now, right? Because I also have an extra minor piece here that can join the attack later on.
100%. So what do you play here? Can you go on bishop e7?
Yeah, that's what I want to play.
b4?
b4, wow.
Because anytime you capture knight G7, there's rook G8 and
Yeah,
rook
I
G2
don't
pawn
care about the
hangs.
pawn.
Okay, so I want to pressure c5 because if I get c5 Rakesh, then c3 becomes weak and then I win the game. How
Yeah.
can I make sure that when you play b5, this is like in my kitty, no? Somehow.
Ooh. Queen C7 maybe?
Queen c7, okay. You have queen e5 ideas. You
Yeah.
also have, like pressure on c5. I like that.
Because Queen E5, Queen C3 is a checkmate thanks to that sniper bishop on F7.
Exactly. And any bishop f4, there's e5
E5,
now.
yeah.
So maybe you still want to go b5, Sahaj?
Yes. Let's go b5.
b5, I take.
Bishop takes b5.
Bishop takes. And queen 8 could be a threat in some cases.
Queen e5 maybe now.
Yeah, Queen,
Queen
E5.
e5.
I was thinking bishop d4 and you
Oh,
give
wow.
up the
Look at the bar jump, yeah. Bishop d4.
queen h5 and then bishop c6 is there.
And it's winning for white now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
This is-
some complications for sure. What else do you play here?
Because the engine is recommending king b8, but that's also tactically a nightmare, right? You have to take care of this bishop for move at all times.
You have e5 as a shield in the position.
Yeah, I mean, but if you go here, I could just play rook takes d5. You are like rook sacrifice, say hedge again.
Oh,
So
amazing.
I have to be careful.
So let's play a knight g7, hoping for rook d8, and then we take on d5, yeah, basically.
But I'll play rook catch g8,
But
let's say.
bishop at 6 now, like maybe
That's why rook d8. Because you want to keep the rook on h8 and you want to have the discover attack idea, and then you play rook d5.
Okay, that means this game is going to be exciting. Like it's not going to be an endgame anymore. And that means after bishop e2, basically, what Pranesh is saying, I have a potential attack. I want to win. I want to attack your king. I don't want to suffer in a worse endgame. So this game is going to be very, very sharp. We can see Gukesh already hold his head. He knows an attack is incoming, but he also knows that if he defends well, he could just win this game in a counter attack. So maybe it's time for the first short break. Sahaj, Rakesh, and on the other side, we have another result in a World Champions game. See you soon.
contested.
Yeah.
I don't have ready answer.
I think they have to coexist.
I don't know, maybe not so easy to say. I don't know.
Hi, I'm Gukesh. I'm the World Chess Champion and I'm here to play at the Chennai Grandmasters 2026. I think after 3 years I'm back in Chennai playing in my hometown, so it's very special for me. Yeah, I'm happy that people who love me so much in my hometown get to see me play live, and yeah, I hope to meet many of them here.
I'm Alireza Firuzja. For me, it's a memorable city because I grew up watching Magnus versus Anand. Always wanted to come to see how it is.
I'm Grandmaster Nodirbek from Uzbekistan. This is my first participation in Chennai Masters. I'm very excited. This year's field is so young and so strong. Alireza, Gukesh, Hans, Arjun, they are all fighters. Andreikin, who is the oldest player of this field by far.
My name is Dmitry Andreikin. I'm a chess grandmaster from Russia. It was dream in my period. I was about 20, because now you can play on internet. Received very useful practice against top players. For example, Arjun playing every tournament in chess.com.
My name is Arjun. I'm a grandmaster and India #1. Like chess growing so much bigger compared to few years ago is largely due to that, and like back in pandemic days when Sagar and Samay streamed so much, and
because of stream, many players started playing in chess.com online because they get more views, they earn money, also they get more publicity. Really good. At least I watch it a lot. So.
I think anything that brings the audience to chess, it's a good start. I think they're all helping. It's a contribution to chess. Even with funny videos, people that don't know chess, they watch and maybe try to come to play some game. This helps chess. So content creators, players, so I appreciate all of them.
And we are back here in day 6, the penultimate day of Chennai Grandmasters. Sahaj, we have an exciting games coming up. The action is heating up. Which board do you want to start with?
Let's start off with the match of Hans versus Andreikin. It looks like there is a half an hour difference between these two players, and Hans is, well, half an hour below, and he's playing with the white pieces. So it looks like a very interesting match to start with. It looks like a pretty quiet position overall, because everything is symmetrical. Only 2 pair of pawns have been traded. Looks like Hans has a slight edge thanks to that c5 square, but that time advantage, it has to, start having some problems with that. I feel knight c5 is a huge problem in this position.
Yeah, getting rid of the double bishop advantage here, or even knight a5, asking some questions to the queen and then following that up with
Maybe bishop c5.
Oh yeah, that's even better actually.
Yeah, because bishop c5, knight c5, and then okay, you can play against the d7 bishop, and I think that could be a slight problem to say the least in the game. And I think some problems for Andreikin here, who has by far has made all draws. The only player, by the way, to make 5 draws in this position. He's super solid, yeah. Until I'm not so sure today.
We'll see, solid as a rock. Andreikin, the runner-up of the 2014 candidates, that very, very strong player. And we'll see if Hans can break down the defenses. But speaking of Hans, he was better or close to winning in the first couple of rounds. In fact, he was a piece up, remember, against Nihal Sarin. But things not really going his way.
100%. I think things are not going Hans's way, especially yesterday as well. He pushed for so long against Pranesh in that Queen versus Rook, Bishop, and 2 pawns. It was the longest game, but in the end, Pranesh and his defense prevailed. And I see h6 was played by Andrekin, kicking the knight, and Hans has played knight f3 instantly in this position, keeping his advantage. And now knight c5, bishop c5. Those ideas are looking extremely juicy. Some advantage for white here.
For sure, I think Hans is enjoying the privilege of playing for 2 results. No real threat for him to lose the game, but that 25-minute or so time advantage for Andrekin here. So should be interesting here as Hans Niemann looking for his first win in Chennai.
Absolutely. And now we did discuss the possibility of 2 results. Now let's talk about the rest of the games where it is anything but those 2 results. I think it can be any result is possible. Let's start with the game of I think Arjun versus Nihal, because that looks the most interesting to me, because I see that pawn sitting on d6 and that's enough for me. I feel like that's, sorry to cut you off, but I feel like that pawn on d6, the bishop on f4, so much attack, yeah?
Completely, so much attack, and we left it around here. After e5, Nihal chopped this. Arjun took back, and knight b6 was played. Approved?
I mean, c5 I think was a... Wait. That was a big inaccuracy apparently, because there was some mistake. Is that knight e5, rook e3? Because those are the moves we were talking about. But I see that's not what happened in the game. He plays bishop f4. Okay, so the London move. Knight e5 was actually the best move here. Wow. And if queen d6, then knight e4, yeah?
Yeah, knight e4 takes, rook takes, and look at that beautiful attack that white has. Sorry, rook g4 in fact also.
Also bishop h6. Like if you play bishop d7 in this position, for example, bishop takes h6. I will close my eyes and just play this.
GG's, that's working, Sahaj.
GG's. And queen h5, queen g4 checks. So many attacking ideas in this position. One of them is bound to work.
Yeah. Queen f7 as well.
But I think it's difficult for Arjun because doing this meant that he had to sacrifice his d6 pawn, which is not an easy thing to do because that pawn is on the 6th rank.
2 steps away from queening.
Exactly.
So understandably, Arjun protects the pawn first with bishop to f4, and Nihal attacks that immediately with knight in the center.
And now I think he chops the knight on d5. Black recaptures with the pawn. No, so not the knight. Interesting decision there by Nihal. And now queen takes d3. I think the position is stabilized. Maybe there is not as much attack because I see the structure is more or less on the same side, but I still see the problem with the pawn on d6. I don't think that problem is a problem right now. It can become a problem when Nihal inevitably tries to take it, because whenever you do try to take that pawn, you're going to give me some time to attack you on the king's side.
Yeah.
That's, I think, the whole plan here. So what should Nihal play?
You know, I love the simple bishop e6. Developing the bishop. Of course, I would love to follow that up with queen d7, but knight e5 always lingers in the air.
Yeah, but I think rook e6 is maybe even stronger because you have knight e8, knight d6.
Yeah.
It's a computer move, I think, in this position.
So you go rook e6 with the idea of, freeing up that square for the rook. And
also, if you go rook e6, bishop e6, it's the same position, but now you get to play knight e8.
It's a great point there. And I am defending this pawn once. How do I defend this pawn on d6 twice is the question, Saj.
Maybe something to do with the Alekhines gun. You play queen g3 at the right moment. But I think that's maybe not possible. Maybe queen c3, queen b4 is another idea.
Yeah, hitting this pawn as well. So position still in the balance, I would say.
But I don't want to go with the queen to the, on the queen side. I think I don't want to put the queen on the queen side there because I want to keep my queen for the king side attack instead.
So maybe while Nihal is thinking of whether to play bishop e6 or the rook to e6, you can have a look at one of the craziest games of the round between Nodirbek Abdusataro and Alireza Firouzja. My oh my, Sahaj.
Wow. So wait a second. Isn't bishop c2, ab6, bishop d1 just an ending where Firouzja is a pawn up?
I think that's what Hussein in the chat is asking us. Brothers, is bishop c2 working? So let's come back and see where we left it. b4, bishop f5 was the last position that we saw. a4 by Nodirbek. He doubles down on that idea. Knight takes b4, not the best move. And Sahaj pawn to a5 now.
It's a very, very nice move. Complicates matters by quite a lot. I think black can go queen d6, or you can play bishop takes c2. Two decisions. And I think he's been thinking for quite some time in this position, if I'm not mistaken. But I think bishop c2 is the more direct move because you go straight into the endgame and you are a pawn up as well. So let's go pawn takes b6.
Yeah.
Bishop takes d1. Now, I want to play something that doesn't allow you to play ab6. So let's go rook. I mean, I have to take it, right?
Yeah.
ab6, tablash.
And yeah, I think just
Rook b1, I guess. I mean, but this is not better for Nodirbek anymore.
nope.
So we might see a draw here very, very soon. But rook a4, you could still play on from Firuza's perspective. But I think after the queens have been traded, maybe it's not possible to win this anymore.
For either player.
Maybe that's when Nodirbek, while he played a5, Firuzha is thinking, do I need to go into this equal end game, or maybe I can, play on. I'm pawn up. So why don't I try queen to d6?
So queen d6, now the knight on c2 is still under attack. I can take on b4. You take back with your queen. And I'm thinking something like queen f3 or rook e5 in this position. Queen f3 attacking the d5 pawn exactly. You go rook a d8, I guess. And now, maybe f4 is also hanging. I didn't even see that. But because you don't have any pieces on the light square, so the bishop cannot really give a discover attack.
Yeah.
So, not rook a d8. What about queen d4?
Now that's another equalizing idea here for white here with rook d1, queen c4, and just trade everything here.
Still, it's an equal. I mean, you still have some pressure from the white side. You've got some active rooks, but a pawn is a pawn. If you play h6, maybe knight f3, I guess, and now rook d8, rook a d8, and I think very difficult to play this on. So we might see a healthy draw in this game very, very soon, which means that Arjun at least has to draw against Nihal to keep up with the tournament leader.
True, and shout out to Nefetium in the chat who's saying Nodirbek versus Alireza is always their favorite pairing.
Oh, have to agree with that, especially considering the tournament situation, because Nodirbek is on 3 points, Alireza is on 3.5. So just a half-point difference between these two players. Anyone can still win. Of course, there is Arjun as well on 3.5 as well. But whoever wins this has potential to win this tournament. And we know winning this tournament means you could become a world champion one day.
For sure, one hand on the trophy if one of these players win today. But for now, it's looking like a draw, which means, we can have a look at the world champion as well, Sahaj, to see how Pranesh is doing. Oh my God, what a crazy position, Sahaj.
I think Pranesh is not looking good here. I think this is on the verge of just collapsing for Pranesh, for sure. Also, I know that this may not be the right time, but I am thinking about, sacrificing my queen again with pawn takes e3. But okay, he goes c takes d4. He does not give me the chance to sacrifice my queen. And now I go e takes d4 maybe. I also want to go knight takes d4, but that would trade my queens. And I'm not liking that so much. I feel like white's king is more exposed in comparison to black's king. And that's good enough reason for me to keep the queen. So let's go pawn takes d4.
Yeah.
Bishop f4, bishop d2.
Oh, this is just lost with d3 and queen d4 coming in.
Oh my God. That is very... Oh, by the way, the bishop on e3 is not even under attack. So unless you are afraid that I'm going to sack my queen, which
I am with you.
Which I was planning to do, by the way. So what do you do? What is the best move?
Can I go bishop d2?
So can I not play d3 and queen d4 here as well?
You can, but I have this square is protected. So queen d4, I can just maybe slide.
Or maybe king b1. Yeah? You don't have d2 check.
Correct.
How is this safe for... I mean...
It's not.
Either side, actually. Even bishop c6 is such a big threat. The only outlier in this position is that knight on h5. Because it was there to, keep the g7 pawn at bay. And right now, Gukesh will not care. Even if you take the pawn on g7, nobody cares about that g7 pawn. You can just play bishop e7. So you can, in some sense, say that the knight on h5 is maybe the problem for Pranesh. Now, had that knight been on b3 or on e4 or somewhere, on the queen side, I think he has very, very good chances here to win.
Yep. We'll see how the world champion recaptures. But Sahaj, quick question to you, the chat and our live audience here. So Gukesh is playing, his fourth event, if I'm not mistaken, this year. And he's played a total of 37 games until yesterday. How many games do you think Gukesh has won this year?
Oh, he defeated Yaz.
Yes.
I remember that.
Yeah, Tata Steel, yeah.
I'm going to say like 3 or 4.
You're close. So Gukesh has played 30. Yes, sir. That is correct in the audience. He has won 5 games. And any guesses on how many games he has lost?
He's lost quite a bit, I think.
Yeah, it's double digits, 12 losses.
Oh, wow.
A dozen losses for the world champions. He's already on -7. But this win would mean a lot to him if he manages to convert this.
Absolutely. And I think who is the highest rated player he has defeated?
Oh, that's a great. I think it's Prague from Norway Chess.
Oh, yes. I remember that game. I remember that game.
So
we are considering all formats, classical.
No, only classical.
Only classical.
Wow. Yeah.
By the way, C takes D4, E takes D4 is there.
Yeah.
On the board. And now the bishop is under attack. You can go bishop D2 or you can play bishop F4. Or you can
bishop F4 is lost. So
don't play bishop F4.
Yeah. He has to go bishop to...
or maybe B5. What about B5? Is B5 possible?
Oh man, look at that.
Queen F5, okay.
White king is...
I'm thinking bishop G4. Queen takes G4 and B takes C6. But it's nothing, I'm assuming, because you have Queen E4, yeah?
Yeah.
And it guards B7. It also attacks the B1 square. And I am in deep trouble here.
Mm-hmm. So maybe a quick win for the world champion is possible if...
He definitely needs a quick win. I think it would be a nice...
I think he needs a win.
Yeah, he just needs a win.
It doesn't matter how it comes.
Also, I mean, your tournament can go however, but if you win the last 3 rounds or if the last 3 rounds go your way, last 2 rounds go your way, you at least have good memories from the event.
For sure.
So that's very, very important, I think. It looks like he's doing quite well from the opening, and Pranesh has to make some really difficult moves to survive in this position. I think King B2 is another move, Rakesh, right?
Here?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Maybe not. But the idea is simple. If you play Queen F5, your threat was Queen B1 check, and Queen B1 check is no longer possible.
Yeah, no good checks here for black. So
Bishop takes A6. Hello? Bishop takes A6.
Oh.
Is that possible?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Let's go.
And your threat is Queen C6 check with a mate.
Exactly. So if you chop my knight on H5, I mean, that knight is completely irrelevant, but Queen C6 is...
Let's show that to chat, The pawn is pinned, King B8 and GG's.
Yeah, that looks quite good, I think, for Pranesh. So, of course, this is not how Gukesh will play. So, King B2 is a tricky move because now there are no obvious moves for the world champion that could put some pressure for Pranesh, unless I'm missing something major.
I love King B2, continuing that spirit of craziness by Pranesh that he has chosen and puts Gukesh in a tough situation here.
Absolutely. So what's the move here? Can he play D3?
I think he should. D3 and like after bishop F3, for example, it also allows me to finally develop my bishop because in case you take, I have a check and you lose the knight. Of course, black has to be wary of the B5 move, but it's getting tricky, Sahaj. I don't think it's a given for...
Tricky for who?
For both players.
I think, yeah, that would be fair. I think white has kind of overextended on the queen side. The king is a bit unsafe. But at the same time, black's king is also not safe. We saw those ideas with bishop takes A6, queen takes C6. So anything is possible. But right now, it comes down to the time. The time is more or less balanced. Wait, it is black's move. Has Pranesh played?
No, it is white's move. He's thinking.
I see the clock kind of running for Gukesh there on the screen. So,
not sure. Do we have a move?
No, I think it is 40 minutes for the world champion and 42 minutes for Pranesh. So it is his move. And King B2 apparently is the best move here. And you will not believe the follow-up. King B2, Queen E7.
Okay.
Bishop takes A6. And now Knight B8.
Ooh, again, this is...
No, it doesn't stop.
This
Knight
is a big
B8.
threat.
Bishop F4.
Okay.
I don't know what to do now.
What if I just capture a free piece.
Yes. No. So I know until this point I'm correct, but I'm trying to figure out the rest. Maybe rook e1 looks very logical.
This one, yeah?
Yeah. Queen d7 and now c6. I don't know if this is comfortable.
Point is, I cannot take this because you have rook c1 and it's pinned.
Exactly.
Whoa, that's a crazy position.
Gives you the chills, yeah? Just even
for
looking
sure.
at the position, it doesn't feel like Gukesh. I mean, I know the bar says that it's a great position, but after you see all of these piece sacrifices, the attack kind of generating by itself, it looks difficult to make those moves.
Pranesh is, deep in the tank thinking about these crazy ideas here.
Maybe bc6 here, queen a6, queen b7. You take on b7, black takes back, you play a3. Okay, it's an endgame. Double bishops versus bishop and knight. Maybe white has a slightly better pawn structure because that pawn on d4 is a bit overextended and you could put pressure there. But still, I think both sides have to be really precise to find all of this. And the one thing Pranesh is known for is his calculation.
Yeah.
He's a human calculator. I mean, he can calculate things extremely well. So if anyone can find the follow-up here, there's king b2, c6, all of these sacrifices on the board, it is Pranesh. So let's see how this game will progress. Meanwhile, you want to take a look at, by the way, has he played? No, he has not played yet.
CD4, ED4 is the live position.
By the way, Nodirbek versus Firouzja looks like it has simplified. So let's take a look there. It's very important to the tournament standings. A draw would mean that Firouzja would be half a point ahead of Arjun, and then Arjun would have to draw his match as well, at least to be in the contention for the first place. So A5 was played, and please take it away.
Yeah, he played. There were two moves that we were discussing: bishop c2 and queen d6. Firouzja plays the latter. Nodirbek chops the knight, queen takes, and knight e6 takes. So Firouzja still a pawn up with probably no pressure, but looking like it's just not enough, Sahaj, to bring home the point.
I feel like there is pressure for Firouzja here. Like I feel like Nodirbek is the one putting pressure here because you've got the rook on e6, black has touched the golden pawn, rook b1, queen f3. I mean, so many ideas
on the cards,
but it's less pieces. You would just want one minor piece in this position to create some kind of an attack.
For sure.
So I think we are looking at a safe, healthy draw once everything is materialized. Maybe rook e8 could be one of those moves.
Yeah, trading another
Queen
set
E2.
of pieces.
Queen e2. I'm not gonna give you access to the e file. You take, I take back with the oh, queen d4 is possible right now. What a move!
Because the rook hangs in the corner. So after queen d4, no time for white to chop off the rook because this is just game over.
Oh, absolutely. So let's play rook e1.
After queen d4.
They say you have to control the e file. That's the most important file to control. So rook e1, you take on e6. I take back with a check. Oh, king h8, queen f7, yeah?
Beautiful.
Nice. And if rook g8, if only I had fixed my problem with the back rank, I could play rook e8 and that would just be a GG.
Yeah, no time to play this. As Sej was mentioning, even you have a king. But in fact, white also has to be worried about queen to c5 here.
Yeah, but still, if the pawn was an h4, you could still play rook e8 in this
Exactly.
position. So you really want to open up the back rank from the white side in this position. But so far, I think looks like it's going to be a draw, yeah? So one draw confirmed. Let's jump to Arjun versus Nihal and see what's happening there, because I see Nihal has gone rook e4, attacking the bishop on f4 and maybe creating space for knight e8 and to attack the d6 pawn.
Also bishop f5, Sahaj.
Wow, that's like just the cherry on top here, because that would create another threat, another tempo in the position. So let's play queen d2. I'm preempting your bishop f5, and you know what I'm going to do next.
This one?
Of course. Goes without saying. It doesn't matter if it works or not, but bishop h6 looks amazing.
But it looks like Nihal has solved most of his problems.
Yeah. I mean, Arjun did have an advantage straight out of the opening, but I think adding rook e1 and rook e8 had maybe some complicated nuance in the position, which Arjun, like all of us, was not able to figure out. He had to play e4 immediately, and now Nihal looks like he has completely equalized with the idea of knight e8. And I think this is, I mean, looking at Arjun's body language, doesn't feel like he has equalized. It looks like he's he's in deep thought there, but I feel this should be simple enough.
So we thinking another draw on this one.
I think all draws today.
What?
I think all draws today are possible, yeah. Arjun, I think making a draw, maybe, okay, but Pranesh versus Gukesh, I think can be a result. So one result just following, how the tournament has gone. 3 draws, 1 result each day.
Yeah, and after 5 rounds, we have had 5 wins. So it's basically like 1 win a round. But after the craziness yesterday, we have some peaceful results today.
Absolutely. So I think there is a chance between Pranesh and Gukesh for it to be a result. But I think apart from that, looks like we are looking at a draw. Maybe Hans also has some chances, but
yeah, I don't know about Hans, but shout out to the captain of the Indian chess team, Grandmaster Srinath, is saying Gukesh looks like he has a chance to win today.
Yep, absolutely. And he says it's bound to happen.
Wow.
And after that, he says something else, which we can say as well, yeah? You cannot contain a volcano forever. Let's go.
Wow.
Love that.
And I think more than Gukesh and his parents, maybe he's the one who wants Gukesh to win because these are his last 2 games before the Chess Olympiads, Edge.
Oh, yes, that is also true. That is so true. Okay, so coming back to the games, I think we have looked at Pranesh versus Gukesh. We've looked at Nihal versus Arjun. Let's take a look at Hans versus Dimitri as well to see what is happening there. We did start with this game.
Yeah.
Look at Hans's time, by the way, 23 minutes.
Why?
How many moves have... I mean, it doesn't even feel like it was a complicated game whatsoever.
Yeah.
I'm confused. Where did he spend most of his time on?
22 moves played, Sahaj, overall. And now he has only 23 minutes left. And it was on this move, 17th move, A takes B5. Before he chopped off that pawn, he thought for a staggering 37 minutes.
Wow.
Does that position merit such a long think?
By the way, knight g5 also played. Yeah, you are right. A takes b5 does not really merit that much. I mean, when you look at the position overall, and you look at 22 minutes, and you look at the fact that it's only 22 moves have been played, of course, that's way too much time that Hans has taken. If the difference between yourself and your opponent is 30 minutes, something has gone wrong, for sure.
For sure.
But the question is, does the position warrant, like, does his advantage compensate the time deficit? That's the real question here.
I don't think so.
That's tough.
And, we might see some results today. I want to see some results today, Sahaj.
I feel like you know something that I don't.
No, there's nothing extra special there. But someone
You
in
are the stat
chat,
guy. I feel like you know some secrets here.
yeah, but
Which game do you think has the most possibility of a result today?
that's where I'm heading right now, because while we let Hans think for a bit, but I have to jump to the Pranesh game because Srinath has predicted a win for Gukesh, and just as he did that, Pranesh with a big mistake with knight f4, a blunder, double question mark on the board side.
Is it because of what I think so? Like what I think?
What are you thinking, buddy?
You know what I'm thinking.
Are you going to sacrifice your queen? Don't tell me.
Of course.
Okay.
Is it working? No, it's not.
No,
Never
no,
mind.
it's not. It's
Never
not.
mind. But it's good to check each time.
Yeah.
So I think that's not the move. I'm thinking of g5 as a possibility.
Okay.
I'm thinking of queen f5 as a possibility. I'm thinking of knight e5 as a possibility. So I'm trying to look at all of the direct moves because that's how I can, try and post the game.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe bishop c5 actually. Is bishop c5 working?
No, bishop c5 is not working, but said something is just working, that when Gukesh just has to stay calm and renew the threat of d takes e3. Currently, you can't take this because your queen is gone. So just play a calm move and put the ball in Pranesh's court.
Queen c7, yeah?
Yeah, just a simple move.
Oh, but the idea is if you go bishop d2 to save the bishop, now there is knight takes b4.
Exactly.
Oh, that's a miss by Pranesh. 100% that's a miss.
Chop this, and let's show this beautiful line to chat and everyone here in the audience. Queen takes b4. You think, okay, I'm a happy boy, let's go. But boom, bishop c5, hitting the queen. And let's say if you play a move like queen to a4, this is a double checkmate with bishop a3, check with the queen, check with the bishop, and it's
Wow.
GG's.
Nice, very nice. And if you played Queen C4, still Bishop A3 is a mate. You could say that
yeah.
I wanted to take the Queen, but that's just a checkmate.
It's just
Game
a
over.
checkmate.
Wow, what a
And
what
the
a
sniper bishop is, kind of coming alive at the right moment.
move. Wow, that London Bishop, yeah, the
The London
reverse
Bishop.
London Bishop kind of leading the charge here for the world champion. So let's see if he can find all of this. That is the difficult question because he just has 36 minutes. Time is more or less equal. If he finds Queen C7 and if he finds Knight B4, he's winning the game.
So let's
This would
also,
be his first win in his home soil, like you said,
as a world champion.
as a world champion.
So let's go. Queen C7, Bishop D2, Knight B4. Sahaj, what if I go Bishop B4?
The knight on F4, I think, is left hanging.
Yeah, and like I know
Bishop-
my position is bad, but am I just staying alive with stuff like Rook D2?
I mean, if the goal is to stay alive, I mean, it's already bad. We can play D3, I think, here though, with Bishop C5. Yeah?
Yes. And in fact, this is also a pin, so still Bishop C5.
Oh, still working, yeah, because I thought Bishop C5 and the A4 queen is defended, but you have Queen E5 and Queen A1 checkmate.
Beautiful.
Queen A1 checkmate. Wow, that's some very nice tactics there. And look at how Gukesh is thinking. He's like, I feel something is there.
Yeah, his spidey sense is tingling.
Yeah, I feel something is cooking.
Can we go full screen? And this is very rare. We normally don't see Gukesh, twirling a pawn like Gelfand twirls a queen. But it's so nice to see. Maybe he's feeling it, Sahaj. A win incoming. And, for the people who have joined here in Chennai, such a nice feeling, because they are going to see the world champion win his first game.
100%. And it's the first win as a world champion, not just in this tournament, but as a world champion in Chennai.
Yeah.
Will Guki win? Yes, I think he is looking completely winning, provided that he finds Queen C7 and Knight takes B4. And I think it is very much possible. I don't think that's a difficult move. Look at him. I think he's trying to calculate in his head as well. He was trying to, focus. But I think he does sense the moment there. And I think if you look at Pranesh's, like the side where he's looking, he's only looking at and look at that, Queen C7 played on the board. And I think Gukesh about to win his first game against Pranesh here at Quantbox Chennai Masters in round 6
of 7.
6 of 7, exactly.
And Arash in the chat, will Gukesh capitalize? Yes, he has with Queen C7. And look at his pose, his body language is completely shifted. And he knows he's getting the win today.
100%. I mean, he looks super relaxed. He also looks a bit, I think,
relieved.
That's the best way to put it. 100%. So Queen C7 and now Bishop D2 is an only move for Pranesh. And then comes the brilliancy. Knight takes B4. I think he has already spotted that move. I think it's only a matter of time before it is played over the board. So I think Pranesh is going to think, digest all of this. While all of this happens, let's take a quick look at Arjun versus Nihal because we have complete simplification.
And just before we head there, something cool that would be if Gukesh, after he wins, could join us here in the panel. So we'll see if the team can arrange that. Stay tuned because we haven't had a player join us in the commentary booth yet. So that would be cool. And yeah, Arjun Nihal has equalized like you mentioned, Sahaj. So Knight Bishop, Rook E4 is where we left. Bishop goes back. And Knight to E8.
And now we capture everything like trade, takes.
Sure.
Knight D6. And now I'm thinking Bishop D6. But at the same time, I mean, I like the imbalance. But at the same time, I like it more for black.
We also have this check.
Queen F8. And I think the bishop is just a more powerful piece in this position. So another, I think, safe draw from what it looks like. Unless he doesn't take on D6, he can also play Queen C2 or Queen E2. I think that's also possible. Maybe Queen E5 as well. Nice move there, attacking the knight on D6. Maybe black can go for Knight F5, is it? Yeah, but still you have the IQP.
Chat is saying he's, that is the reason he's still the world champion. And Arash is mentioning he's looking like a world champion today, Sahaj.
100%. He's also playing like a world champion today. Let's go.
True that.
Let's go. I think this is some Very good development from the world champion. So that's the update on that board. I think which board do you want to go to next?
So we are seeing Nodirbek and Firouzja also make a draw, but we can check that again because a couple of moves have trickled in Nodirbek after rook e6. We see some trades happening here. Rook e8, rook e5 played, chop, chop.
And now Queen e4
Queen
also played,
E4.
and now more or less an only move territory for Nodirbek. There are two moves, Queen b3 and Rook b1. I think Rook b1 makes a lot more sense because after Queen b3, Queen takes e5, then the a1 rook is going to be left hanging.
Yeah, no time to capture this.
Exactly. So you have to go Rook b1. And
Earlier.
now in this position, yes. And if black has two options, Rook f7, and then there is Queen takes e5. I think we can safely say Queen takes e5, Rook b7 is, well, maybe if Firouzja can push this, but I feel this is just a draw. So
Too little venom, I think.
two little pieces.
Yeah.
Exactly. So Rook f7 is another move in the position, just trying to keep another pair of pawns. And I think a6 is a possibility, maybe.
Ooh. What if I chop, Sahaj?
Oh,
Bar doesn't like it.
That was not, because I was trying for some Rook b8 check ideas, but that doesn't really work well in my favor.
Just defend this one.
Yeah, 100%. So not a6 in this position. That was a horrible move. Plus, you can play b6 as well. So ignore that. Maybe queen. No, queen h5 is not possible because now the rook on b1 is hanging. Tough position, I would say, for Nodirbek. Can he play rook b5?
Yeah, rook b5 hitting the pawn. So I defend it with rook d7. And now, Sahaj, you can pick up this pawn with queen e5 after I go something like h4. And suddenly black is 2 pawns up.
But still equal.
Yeah, still equal.
How is it equal?
It's just the black pieces are not coordinated enough, I think.
Also, you're keeping some pressure on the b7 and d5 pawns.
Yeah.
Your rook on d7 is hostage in this position, essentially. You
True.
move to the c file, you drop the d pawn. You leave the 7th rank, you lose the b7 pawn.
Exactly. And shout out to Shauri in the chat who's saying it's hard to win this game against Abdu. And I agree, Nodirbek is going to keep creating those counterplay and those resources. So you can't beat him this easily. And on that note, do put in your questions, if any, from the chat if we are having a look here. And Sahaj, any chances here for Firouzja?
I think this is going to be a draw. I think the only result we're going to see today is by the world champion. I think that's the only result in this position possible. By the way, Bishop d2 is played. So let's jump to that game because we are about to see a sacrifice from the world champion, and that's going to be knight takes b4. You're about to see a brilliancy being played out by the world champion in just about 2 minutes. Is that fair?
I think
Look at the way he's swirling the pawn. He knows.
He knows we are commentating about that game
Yeah,
now.
100%.
Knight b4 incoming, chat.
That's going to be a brilliancy here. 100%. There are other moves possible as well. Like there's the idea of d3 with queen e5, queen a1 mate. That's another thing that's possible. But I think knight b4 is just too nice to not play.
And especially with that, just repeating that double checkmate for chat here. You think you've gotten it covered, but let's say you go queen a4 and checkmate with the bishop and the queen. And thanks to the sniper bishop from h7. So beautiful.
I was thinking about this. Even bishop b4 check works. If bishop b4 check, like king d2, and like bishop takes d2, rook d2, queen c3 is also made. It's like lots of other ideas. Thanks to that, that reverse London bishop that we're calling it, for the day. I feel that bishop is the reason why Gukesh has just a winning position here.
Says any chance he doesn't take knight takes pawn. Yeah.
I think 100%.
100%.
He is, look at the way he's swirling the pawn.
Exactly.
He knows another pawn is coming his way. He can feel the pawn, another pawn coming his way. So he's just trying to feel it, as much as possible. Knight takes b4 is the move. But a little bit of hesitation. I actually expected him to go knight b4 immediately because queen c7 also he found relatively quite fast. Wow. So let's see what he goes for. But it is completely winning. It is move 20. And by the way, let's jump to Hans versus Andrekin because it looks like Andrekin's streak of 5 draws is about to be over because he's about to win his game.
What?
He can go bishop takes h3 here. I've been
No way.
waiting for something like this the entire event and it's about to happen. Bishop takes h3, gh3, queen takes h3, attacking your knight on f1 and knight e1, knight g4. That's GG.
Oh my god, now let's see how we got here, sir. Just a simple looking rook move, and it's working. Sir, just getting into the game a little bit. What was the difference? Like, why doesn't that work here? Like, let's say if I wanted to capture bishop h3, why not here? What's the difference?
That's a good question, but I'm guessing queen e2. The queen can jump to the the defense.
Oh no, this
maybe
is
not.
lost as
Maybe
well.
not. Knight h2 maybe?
No, the point is knight b d2. And now that square is taken up by your rook.
Oh, but by the way, look at that. Look at the way that Hans is looking at Andrekin. I think he realized bishop takes h3 is hanging. You can see it on Hans's face.
It's like a cold shower moment, you know?
Yeah. And also considering that Andrekin played bishop e6, he technically is doing bishop takes h3, just removing knight b2. The power of waiting moves.
Beautiful. And, the former world junior champion, Dmitry Andrekin, might, he goes up to 3.5 Sahaj. Imagine that he will be in the running for first place as well.
Wow.
Because, Firuzha draws, he goes to 4. Arjun with the draw goes to 4. And Andrekin will be hot on their heels with 3.5.
That is a very good point. And he goes up against Nodirbek, which we know is going to be a fighting game because Nodirbek, if he does draw, he's going to do everything to win tomorrow. So that puts both of them in the contention for the first place. So it is going to be a very exciting last day indeed.
So rook d2, bishop h3 is the move that we think Nodirbek, that gives Andrekin a very, very good chance to convert the game. And with that, Gukesh has gone for the brilliancy, says. Knight b4, a brilliancy by Gukesh.
Let's
and
go.
The world champion is about to win his first game.
Let's go. Knight b4 is, and you can see that nod of approval from Pranesh there because I think he missed that move at first, but now he realizes this is dead lost.
Yeah.
And there is no way to save the position. Bishop takes b4 allows queen f4 check. And okay, you're just a pawn up in this position. And if you go queen takes b4, there is bishop c5 and bishop a3 is just a checkmate. GG, my good sir. This is over.
And, I don't even have something else, like, because you're going to go queen c5 check or bishop c5 any which way. So I might as well take the knight. And for queen f4, am I, at least surviving Sahaj?
Why do I have to go queen f4? Why not bishop c5? Oh, you have queen c4 in the middle. Never mind. I was thinking bishop c5, queen c5, but there is queen c4.
Oh.
Because king b2, queen c3 is still a checkmate.
Ooh,
that's why.
That's nice here. King b2, queen c3 is still a mate, but queen c4 is there. So we just deflect the bishop, capture this knight on f4, and say after king b2, d3 is the problem, I think. And bishop c5 is also coming in.
Yeah.
Pranesh about to play. What? He goes king b2 directly, I think.
Oh, but that doesn't really change much in the position. I think d3 anyway, so you can just retreat back knight c6 and, well, you're just a pawn up.
Yeah, but you want to finish off the opponent here. You're almost there.
So d3 is the move, queen b4, d takes c2, knight takes c2, and you can just chop that pawn on c5 and double bishop advantage, extra pawn, weaker king. I mean, what else do you need?
Yeah, I mean, the best try is something like this.
Queen g4, there is no king b8 because there's bishop f4. That's an important point.
Yeah. Throwing away your advantage in a way. So, but yeah, you just trade the queens. You're a pawn up.
And if rook c1?
Double bishop advantage.
Oh, rook c1, there's rook d2. What am I saying? Yeah.
Double bishops, a pawn up on the queen side. Should be GG's.
Yeah, just GG's. So I think Gukesh about to win his first game in Chennai against Pranesh. That would put him back to 2-7-1-1, I believe.
Yeah. He should get at least 3 or 4 points
Nice.
against
Nice.
2-6-6-6.
I think that's at least, built some confidence back.
For
And
sure.
I think in the last round, who does he have in the last round?
He plays Hans. And if
plays
Hans
Hans.
loses today, it's just going to boost our Gukesh's confidence even more.
Yeah, that is a good point. And actually going back to that game of Hans, his opponent has not made a move, by the way.
And Draken is still thinking.
But that bishop takes h3 is another brilliancy in the position. I think we can do a bit of a deep dive here because bishop h3, gh3, queen h3. White can play the move queen to d1 to defend.
Protecting
I mean,
the
that's
knight.
the only difference between keeping the rook on d1 and keeping the rook on d2, right? If the rook was on d1, you had knight d2. And if the rook is on d2, you have queen d1. That's the only difference.
True. And also
Now-
after queen d1, I can play moves like bishop f1. So.
Exactly. So queen d1. Now, how do I carry my position forward is the question. Knight g4, there is bishop f1.
Yeah. And in fact, this bishop is hanging. So
Yeah. Anything else that you can think of?
g4 check.
You're just going to capture the e4 pawn and just say, I have 3 pawns for a piece and that's enough?
No, that also doesn't work, Sahaj.
Oh, then what is the move?
Because I think you lose this piece
Well,
again.
Hans is like staring at Andre and I feel like he knows it's a mistake, but we haven't figured out why it's a mistake yet. I think Hans for sure realized it. Like,
Yeah,
it's on his face that he has realized something is wrong here.
Yeah,
I think also Andre to some extent has realized something is wrong here, but I'm not really sure if he goes ahead with the plan because the follow-up is not really simple enough.
Yeah, the problem is, you have to find something like bishop c7 or the insane doubling down on the craziness with knight to d5, Sahaj. And the point is, you can't capture the knight because e4 is a check. So he has to find one of these two moves.
Wow, knight d5 is beautiful. E takes d5, e4 check. And if you played king h1, not ef3, we'll play queen h3 check first. And then take on f3, just for style points. And now knight h4. I don't know if this is working. Okay, that's too much
it's
style.
not.
Never mind. So
Yeah,
pawn takes f3 and we're good.
Yeah, no time for bishop f1 stopping this mate, but there is this check.
100%. That looks quite promising, I think, for black, but difficult to find over the board. But hey, Andre needs time to find all of this, but guess what? He does have an extra half an hour in comparison to Hans. So he does have the time. He can take his time and calculate the complexities of this position.
Yeah.
The question is, does he go for it or not?
I think he does. Donnie in the chat is saying, I would love to see Hans win. I think that is possible, but only if Andreken does not go for bishop h3.
There is a mistake by the world champion. There is a mistake by the world champion, and now the position is equal. Okay, not equal, but it's not winning anymore.
No way.
He did not play d3. Why did he not play d3?
Why not d3, Sahaj? Opening up the lines for the queen. Oh my god, d3 was completely winning, and he, kind of goes back with his knight. And the problem is, Sahaj, your threat of d3 is completely stopped with bishop d3, blockading that pawn from moving, and Pranesh is still alive and, breathing.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow. Yeah, Gukesh made mistake. Now it's from plus 2.2, it's just 0.8, which means Pranesh absolutely back in the game.
You do not want to give Pranesh this chance because, just from my own personal experience, I can tell you that out of like 4 games we've played on Title Tuesdays and other chess.com events, I have had a winning position 4 out of 4 times against Pranesh, and each of those times I have lost. Because you get into a winning position against Pranesh, and then he somehow finds a way to defend and then come back. So you never give chances like that to Pranesh. Yes, my take from all of this.
Absolutely, Sahaj. I fully agree. And speaking of giving chances, shout out to Team MGD1 who came up with this idea of hosting a qualifier for anyone. And in fact, you played Pranesh in round 1 of the online qualifier.
Yeah.
You were about to beat Pranesh, and that's when the story happened that you.
No. That time I won.
Oh,
that time.
you
That was
gave
the
one.
only time because
Okay.
at that point I was thinking to myself, this has happened 4 times.
No.
So I was locked in. I was like, there is no chance I'm gonna give him anymore. And but yeah, that was fortunate for me there. But before that, I think this one game I remember, I was actually streaming that as well. But it was some Warrel. He basically dropped a piece, like a full piece on move 10, but I still lost because he finds a way to be tricky and he finds those defensive resources. He's very good at finding those defensive resources. And you never want to give him a chance. If you think it's winning, just finish off the game as quickly as possible.
True.
So coming back to the game, I think bishop takes c5 is a possibility here. Bishop takes d3 is a possibility here. If I do go bishop takes d3, white will go knight takes d3, and then pawn e5 is protected. And if I go bishop c5, then there is bishop takes h7, rook takes h7. And I'm thinking about queen c2, but I see you have queen b6 check. No, not queen c2 here. Bishop h7, king rook h7, and like queen
double
c2.
attack.
Yeah. I don't know if this works. Queen b6 check perhaps is a possibility here. King a1, I guess. Rook h8.
Now I also have this move.
Oh, d3. I didn't even see. Wow.
And knight d3, I have a check.
Why not rook d3? Oh, with queen d3, bishop d4, bishop c3. This is such a difficult position to play. Wow.
I think the world champion has to start finding a win from scratch now.
Basically, yes. It's not winning anymore. It was winning, I think, one move back, but it's not winning anymore.
Let's check that out, because Cricket Shots in the chat is saying, why not
is this
D3?
the same guy from last time?
Exactly.
If he's still in the hall, I mean, he was telling us the moves last time.
No, but he's asking a very fair question. D3 makes a lot of sense. Why didn't Black play that move? Did he see some ghosts, Sedge, for example, after D3?
It's a good question. It's a good look. 2024 Gukesh plays D3 in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So
fair.
Not really sure why you don't play something like D3. Maybe he doesn't like bishop F3. Maybe he didn't like the simplification with queen B4, or maybe it was just one of those, lazy moves, because you've already done all the calculation with knight B4. You think you're winning, and then you're like, okay, anything is going to be winning. And sometimes you make compromises like this. I think the one instance I can think of is the match of Sindarov against, I think it was Esipenko, where he was completely winning in candidates with the black pieces. He had that crazy queenside attack, and then he exchanged the pieces and went into some endgame. That was, I think, one of those compromising moments for Sindarov, because I think because the tournament was so long and it was tiring. I think you sometimes make moves like that which compromises the quality of the position because you're tired, which actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Let's come back to the live board, and thank you to Chris and Arash who are enjoying the commentary. Let's go. And with that, after knight c6, bishop to d3, the world champion has his task cut out and says, look at that time. We always keep talking about that 22 minutes for Gukesh, and almost all of his results have been bad once he gets into severe time pressure.
100%. So let's see what happens after bishop d3. I think
What
it's a
does Gukesh
tense
do here?
moment, but I don't like the fact that Gukesh is he's hitting the 20-minute mark, and whenever he hits that 20-minute mark in this tournament, at least, it has not been good news. So we don't want to be in time pressure again. I think he needs to start making moves a little bit quicker, a little bit faster. Let's go bishop c5.
Yeah, bishop c5 is the best move in the position. And I can still do this trick you showed us a little while ago. Bishop h7, knight h7, rook h7, and knight d3. Kind of making a blockade, or also queen c2. The double attack here is the top line of the computer.
Yep, and we saw queen b6 check, and then d3 as a possible follow-up with the idea of bishop d4 check, but the moves are so difficult to play. I just wish that whatever Gukesh plays, just start playing fast.
Yeah.
Because I think whatever you do, you're going to get into an endgame where you probably have to show some technique, but you need time for technique.
And says, speaking of technique, there is one thing that Black has to improve in this position is the placement of the rook. So the best move is here, you just go back to your rook, protecting and connecting both the rooks.
Exactly. I love that move with the idea of rook e8. There are two open files, well, three open files in this position. You're teaching one of you have two rooks only. Let's place them on the open file, and the position will just follow, or will just play by itself. Let's go. Bishop d3. He's taking way too much time to play bishop takes c5, and I think it's only decisions like that where I think it should take 1 minute, 2 minutes, because I think before he played knight c6, he would have looked at bishop d3. What other move is there for us?
Sure.
Like, because let's go back one move. I think at the moment knight c6 was played, I see 30 seconds on my screen. I think it was more than that. But after knight c6, there is no other move for white besides bishop d3.
True.
Because otherwise black is going to play d3. So bishop d3, I think,
Maybe
is something he would have
as well in Gukesh's defense.
Knight d3.
Yeah.
But takes bishop c5. You can just end your calculation there. No, you're 2 pawns
Yeah,
up.
at least, yeah.
You're 2 pawns up. I mean,
Correct.
whether it's
Fair.
winning or not is irrelevant. You have 2 pawns. So bishop d3, I think, is the only other move that does not give 2 pawns to, his opponent. And so after bishop d3, whether you take on d3, whether you take on c5, it hardly makes a difference. Just make a move, play fast, because it's already under 20 minutes now.
Yeah, and Chris says he's going to win this, while Shaurya says this game is going to be decisive either way. I think so. There are no draws possible in this. It's either that Gukesh wins this or blunders in time pressure and Pranesh takes it home.
You think that it's possible that Pranesh could win this?
Yeah, I mean, look at this time.
Yeah.
If he gets into time pressure, it's highly likely.
You know, this would be exactly like his yesterday's game, because he was winning in that game as well. He was plus 3. Now he is minus 3. And again, getting into the same pattern where let's just hope there is no repetition here anymore. If there is a repetition, then let's hope that Gukesh takes the repetition, especially if he has less than 5 minutes, because that did not turn out well yesterday.
Yeah, a few people also predicting that it may end in a draw. We'll see how this one goes. He's under that 20-minute mark, Sahaj. And just to complete the Chennai Grandmasters event, so they held an online qualifier last year. Pranesh won that qualifier. Then he played in the Challengers. He won the Challengers. And now he's playing the World Champion. So it's like a nice, full circle moment here if Pranesh can actually hold his own against the World Champion.
Yeah, 100%. Also, they're both from Chennai. So,
oh, yes.
That's another factor here. I think they have their own local, championship going on over here. And, it's Chennai. Local championship means, two 2700s playing against each other. And I think he's going for a move. He's going for the bishop.
Please go for it. Please play it quickly.
Okay, he takes the pawn on c5. Let's go. I think good move, but I still think a little bit too long, I think he took for this move. And I think such decisions, or the lack of decisions, add on to the end. He has 18 minutes now. He took 11 minutes and 22 seconds to play bishop c5. I don't think I think that's maybe a little bit too much time for a move like bishop c5.
Yeah, fully agreed. 5 minutes would have been good enough.
Bishop c5 is, your bishop is in the, on its original square. It's a free pawn. Take it. If you don't see any way for your opponent to kind of get compensation back, then it's good enough. 2 pawns are still 2 pawns.
For sure. And no time increment after move 40. Chat is reminding us, and they're saying it's not the same in BL or in the World Championship. But guess what? There is no time increment. There's no additional time. After the 40th move, there is a 30-second increment, but that's about it. So 100%. This game is definitely heating up with Pranesh getting a glimmer of hope. But meanwhile, let's maybe check out Arjun.
Speaking of heating up, let's look at a game that is not heating up, which is the game of Arjun and Nihal.
Okay, not heating up.
It looks like Arjun has sacked a pawn. He's got a rook on the 7th rank. But
let's take it from here, Sahaj.
Yeah, takes. I can't really see the move, so please show me what's happening here. Bishop takes d6, yeah.
Queen check. We discussed this actually. Queen f8. And Arjun trades the queens as well. And
oh wow, d5. I love that move. Very thematic, because had he kept the pawn on d4, it would have become a weakness. Black could play bishop e6, bishop d5.
Blockade.
And the pawn on d4 is still isolated. But by pushing d5, he says, okay, you don't have that nice square on d5 anymore. And if you take on d5, your pawn becomes isolated. And on top of all of this, I've got an open file and access to the 7th rank. Beautiful move by Arjun.
Yeah, and just one piggybacking on your point, Sahaj. Knight d4. blockading the pawn, and I'm going to play like a good knight versus a bad bishop endgame.
Exactly. Good knight, bad bishop, indeed.
So rook
So-
c1 followed. King e7. Again, blue arrow. He had to play this move. Otherwise, Nihal is just winning after king to d6. So rook's check. King f6. And calmly brings his king. And the point is, this bishop can't move because rook takes pawn is hanging. And completely in the balance edge.
Balanced, yes, but white is a pawn down. White has more active pieces. That bishop on c8 is a horrible piece. But maybe rook b8, bishop e6 is saving the position more or less. But king e2 is probably what you're going to go for. Bishop e6 and I don't know, king e3 and knight d4, and
Yeah.
I don't think this is going to lead to much. Maybe if it was a bullet game, or if it was a rapid game, I think we could see a result in a position like this. But otherwise, you need Magnus level technique to do anything here.
Yeah, and Chad is reminding us, look at both the players. It's kind of like a staring match, both of them not looking at the board. So that's funny. But even though they might not be seeing at the board, the calculations are happening.
Oh yeah, 100%. Most of the calculations that these elite players do happen in their mind. So I think sometimes the vision can be limiting to them. So you will see that people looking away and trying to calculate. That's how they normally do it. So king f1. It would be very funny if actually Nihal plays d4 as well. You sack, I sack. Let's go.
Yeah.
So d4, I think is fine. No, d4 in this position, or is it a bit too much? I'm sure it's equal. Because I don't need that pawn on d5. It only restricts my bishop further. So now rook b8 can even be more ideal. But I see the engine does not like this so much.
Yeah, it's like giving white the better position and equal material. So maybe Nihal doesn't do that, but looking like a draw as well here. And speaking of draw, Sahaj, let's check in with Nodirbek versus Firuzha. Because that game has also seen some progress since we last left it.
Oh, this looks okay. So we were talking about don't go into a rook ending with Nodirbek if you're a pawn down, but you can go into a rook ending with Nodirbek if you're a pawn up. That's what Firuzha is telling us.
True. So rook d1 was last where we left it. Rook f7.
Rook takes d5 or queen takes d5?
No, rook takes d5 is queen e1 checkmate.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
So queen takes d5, I think he plays queen b5 there. G6. Rook d5. Slight inaccuracy, at least according to what I see on the screen. Takes now queen f1. And now difficult decision ahead for Firuzha. Does he trade the queens? Does he go into an absolute rook pawn ending or not? Because if you do play queen takes f1 in a position like this, the pawn on f4 is a bit overextended. Had that pawn been on f7, black's pawn on h5, beautiful position. In fact, Nodirbek defeated Prague in Tata Steel this year in a 4 versus 3 rook ending. If you could have those on the board, white pawn was on f4, g3 and h2. White pawn, f4, g3, h2. And then black's pawns were on f7, g6, h5, and white had a pawn on, I think, on d4 or something. And Nodirbek ended up winning that endgame. So it would be similar, but the difference here is that the attacking side, which is Firuzha here, has one pawn which is a bit too far ahead. So if I was to play king e2, king f3, that would be just killing the pawn on f4, essentially.
Yeah, that's a very good point and fantastic point there about the Nodirbek versus Prague back in Tata Steel. I mean, it's very similar, like how you connected the dots there, Sahaj. But looks like this game is heading to a draw. But one game that isn't, Sahaj, is let's go Dmitry Andreikin, because he has gone for that crazy line with bishop h3. Boom!
Wow, that's a brilliancy on the board.
Double exclamation mark. The point is you chop, queen takes. We saw this, we discussed it earlier. Queen d1, only move in the position. And now queen g4 check, also the only move, and played by Andreikin. Hans gets his king out of the way. And now the ball in Andreikin's court.
So knight takes c4 is a free pawn, right? Because I see if you take, there is rook d6, queen d6, and queen b1 hangs.
Yeah, so let's show that actually. Knight e4, the best move in the position.
Wait, he's not going for it. He is going for it.
He's going for it.
E4. So 3 pawns for a piece. You're not down in material anymore.
Yeah, and the point is, this looks like a free bishop, but you can't go for that because queen b1 is a check and you also lose this.
Also, I'm sorry, but Hans does not look happy here.
Yeah.
I think both players realize that this is maybe a bit more comfortable for black. I mean, I don't think black is winning, but I mean, if I asked anyone here, would you rather be white here or black? I mean, it's not even a question, right?
For sure, I think. Now, black just has the easier game out of the two. 3 extra pawns here on the right side of the board. It's 4 versus 1, in fact, in any ensuing endgame. So I think Andreken in the driver's seat here.
Yeah. And if I played knight c5?
Yeah, I cannot take because this rook hangs.
And also in the end, it's a check. So queen takes b1 does not do any damage to me whatsoever.
That's a great point, actually. It's a check, so no time for black to capture any of these pieces. So knight c5, probably I just move away with my queen, like queen f5 or queen g4. Maybe. Oh no, this is hanging.
Queen f5 because you want to keep
an eye.
Keep an eye on the b1's rook over there. I
Right.
think that's the whole point.
And look at this edge. After queen f5, the best move in the position for Hans is knight to g1, or else he's in big trouble.
Wow, knight g1. Actually, no, it wasn't played yet, I think, but he has made a move, right?
Yeah, Hans has played a move. It is knight to c5. And again, Hans just having those 18 minutes.
Yeah, 18 minutes on the clock, and he definitely does not look happy with. I think maybe he missed bishop h3.
Sahaj, speaking of missing something, the world champion has missed something.
Wow.
Again, Pranesh is better now. Big mistake by Gukesh.
Oh, that's bad.
So we saw this
Wait
bishop.
a second.
Yeah.
Isn't that just a piece? Rook d5 and there is queen c4, right?
Exactly.
So you can't say it's a mistake and go 3 moves before Rakesh.
No, I was just showing how we got there. Show me how we got there. Sorry about that. You look super pissed.
I'm so like sad here because it was such a winning position, -2, and it feels like the same story as yesterday.
It's repeating.
Oh my god, this is sad.
Queen c4, Sahaj, a blue arrow, which means that's the only move for Pranesh, but it hits the knight. Sorry, hits the bishop and the rook. And look at that time. 12 minutes, 59 seconds. So not a good position. Nothing on the clock. What is happening to our world champion?
At least to his defense, there was no repetition this time. There was no repetition this time. So it was a different mistake, yeah?
Man, I need to do my breathing exercises now. This is looking...
And he plays queen c4. Wow. Okay, but he's not worse. It's still equal. Maybe.
Maybe.
I hope so. So queen c4, queen d6 is forced.
Okay, that's...
Yeah, I see it. I see it. Like, I see something really crazy. That's why I'm showing this to you. Queen d6.
Let's go.
Bishop f4.
Okay.
Bishop a3 check. Only move, by the way, I think.
Okay.
King a1.
If I go here...
Why would you go there?
This is a pin, so...
Rook b5. Oh, rook b5, queen b5, yeah? Tricky.
Queen e6 is the winning idea for Gukesh. But I'll let you finish your variation.
King a1. I mean, I think anyone will play king a1 here.
Okay.
Queen d7 and rook b1. And I see the threats of rook takes b7, queen takes c6, rook b3, rook b1, and you cannot convince me that this position with 10 minutes on the clock is savable.
Gukesh about to play. Queen d6 only move. Remember that? Ooh, I just saw an insane variation in your variation, Sahaj. We'll just wait. You see Firuzja coming over. They know something is amiss. Gukesh was completely winning. Queen d6 only move. Knight is attacking the bishop. Queen is attacking the rook. You have to defend both these pieces.
Queen d6, of course, because did he miss queen c4 or?
I mean, tell me.
Can you show me the last move? Now it's a good moment to see how it happened.
Sorry. So bishop at 7, rook at 7, knight d3 by Pranesh, and Gukesh could have just won. Like, was better with bishop d6.
I'm sorry, but this doesn't make any sense to me. Why rook d5 here? Did he think his rook was on h7 or h8? Because he could play rook d8 after queen c4.
Oh.
I mean, he could, right? Like,
No, but
maybe
then
he
knight
thought,
c5.
then knight e5, no?
Okay. You know,
Maybe he thought,
you wanted the rook.
yeah, maybe, I mean, it's like you often think of chess like, and you often assume, and you can look at pieces from the corner of your eye and you can miss things like that. I don't know. I'm trying to explain how it could have happened.
No, I also could have just shown the variation because Gukesh, as we know, is going to take another thing. He might go below the 10-minute mark, but Sahaj, coming back to your variation here, queen c4, queen d6 is going to be possible. Bishop f4, bishop a3 check, king goes back in the corner, and says, look at this variation that you were showing us. Rook b1. Let's say black wants to improve his rook in the corner. He comes rook h8, idea of bringing the rook back. I go rook b3, kicking your bishop away. Just humor me. Bishop e7 back. Now I come rook to c1.
I see it.
And there's no time for you to do stuff like g5 because queen takes a6. A queen sacrifice, pawn takes, and rook b8 is a checkmate.
You know, this reminds me of Magnus Karyakin, World Championship match.
Queen h6.
Queen h6, exactly. You know your stuff, yeah?
Yeah.
Queen h6.
And Gukesh under the 10-minute mark now. Sahaj, I'm feeling scared.
He's down on the clock. He's down in the position now as well. I mean, I know the bar is showing zeros, but this is impossible to save, I think. But especially considering the momentum shift, I think it's impossible. Nearly impossible.
Yeah.
Maybe knight e7. Like, let's say I don't give you the attack. I have bishop a3 check as a threat and I'm
Knight e7 here.
Is that a blunder?
That's a big blunder. Queen d6 is the only move that keeps him alive. Because rook c1, pin and win.
You know, I was thinking you would play bishop f4 and I was hoping you would miss bishop a3 check.
I'd give up a free queen.
Yeah, that's my hope, but I don't think it's a good hope.
So knight e7 doesn't work. There's no other way to stop both.
Oh, I think I realized what he missed. I think he saw bishop a3 check.
In this position?
Yeah, king a3 and rook b5 is what he saw.
Rook b5?
Yeah, there must be like one way to win here. Like queen d6 check looks like your king is under attack, no?
But can't I like block it with all my might?
And knight c5, there's always going to be b6. But okay, like this is all speculation. We're not really sure what he missed.
But what I'm not missing is he's under 8.5 minutes now.
Wow.
You know, to take us through the craziness, we want Sahil, bhai. Because it's heating up, Sahil.
Oh wow! I've been watching the game, but I've been holding on to my heart with dear life because I still can't believe what just happened. And I was reading the comments in the chat as well. Like chat can't believe it either. What was the defining move? The one move which you think changed everything?
The last one. The last one. Literally the last one. Bishop d6, just tucking the bishop away. King b8. You are 2 pawns up. No counterplay. You're good. But rook d5, so unnecessary in this position.
I think you are right, Sahaj. He thought the rook was on h8.
Yeah. It's the only way I can explain it.
He thought this was here, queen c4, rook d8, and everything is okay, but it's not okay actually.
Because if you think about it, the last move was bishop h7 and rook h7.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. Sometimes you have moments like that where you think...
And it reminds you of what you said, right? Like he didn't notice rook a1. The knight was on b3 in the last game.
Yeah.
It's very similar to this one as well. So going to the live position now, it does feel like Gukesh is under pressure. And is queen d6 the only move?
And that's what I don't understand. Why is he taking time to think now? It's an only move. The only move that does not lose a piece in this position is queen d6.
Sahaj, our mod SLK Chess on the Chess24 chat is saying he can see Gukesh lose this game. Your thoughts on that? I think even I can see.
I think even Gukesh can see it now. I think because this does not look nice.
Look at him, by the way. He's under real pressure. I mean, we've talked about him being under pressure for a long time now.
Yeah.
But every game that, every day as we cross towards the World Championship, it puts more and more pressure against Prayesh. He was winning that brilliant, sacrifice. Knight takes before the brilliance, Rakesh.
Brilliance.
But suddenly, the tide is turning. Very similar story to what happened yesterday, right? Completely winning against Arjun. Just couldn't convert. And now Sahaj, 22 minutes behind on the clock.
And he's still thinking. He's still thinking to play queen. This is the moment where you have to switch it up, just keep going and play the moves fast, because there will be a moment when you're going to need that time.
Yeah.
And you can't blame the format, Rakesh, because even if there were extra time of 40 moves, you're still under pressure actually.
Yeah, and as we talk, he's under 6 minutes now. Wow. After every 90 seconds, I'm saying this. I hope he plays before I say it the next time.
Wow. What will happen is the question. Will Gukesh, the world champion, make a mistake? The blue arrow, is kind of a signal for his future in this game here. It's not just a move. It could change everything.
And look at him, a little while ago, Sahil, he was twirling the pawn. He was happy, he was chirpy, he was feeling like he was going to win. And now suddenly everything has vanished.
Wow.
His body language has completely changed.
So how many results are we expecting today? Andreikin slightly better, of course.
Yeah.
Nihal slightly better against Arjun. But okay, very likely a draw, right? I'm expecting there. But this game, anything can happen.
And it was looking like, Black is pushing in all of the 4 games, Sahaj. But now, from this, looking at Pranesh might be taking over as Gukesh slides under the 5-minute mark.
Sahaj, we have a comment.
I am speechless.
Why is Sahil yelling so much? Bro, you should listen to me after the tournament ends. This is like 10% of my screaming, because every game is the same story right now. And of course, let's see if the world champion can, find his inner strength to come up with the best moves. Queen d6 is the move indeed he needs to find. Any other move that comes to mind here, Sahaj?
No.
We discussed 97.
You're attacking. No, 97, bishop f4 is winning. Rook c1 is winning.
C1.
Because your only threat is bishop a3 check, and we already addressed this, that there is nothing. Once you see rook c1, it's not working anymore. Just play the move.
And it's +4. It's not even like a slightly worse position. You can come back. It's just game over. So I think Gukesh's spidey sense is tingling. He understands at least one fact. That is a crucial moment in the game, a critical moment. If he gets this one wrong, the game could be over. But the problem is he only has 4 minutes remaining on the clock, Rakesh. Now less than 4 minutes.
I think he has frozen. He just can't seem to come to a conclusion and make a move.
3 minutes
world
now.
Champion, you got to move.
3 minutes now.
No, please go back to the original position. It looks like he's losing right now. So he still has some outside chance of saving the position. After 97, it looks like the bar is just way too high in this position.
Stick to the lives.
Let's see what happens.
By the way, just updating everyone on the other boards. Looks like
He plays Queen d6, played on the board. That's the good news here.
And Queen c4 instantly responded by Pranesh as well. By the way, just updating on the other boards. Arjun Nihal looks equalish. Nodirbek versus Firuza, also a dead draw. So 2 games going to be a dead draw. Hans versus Andreikin, we're going to address very, very soon. Let's stick to this game to see what's going to happen.
Bishop a3 blue arrow again. It's the only move, Sahil.
Wow. And we saw the only move dance yesterday as well. Both the players had to come up with those moves, and they did until the very end when time pressure caused a blunder. Will we see the same story again? Bishop a3. I wouldn't say that feels like the only move here though, Rakesh.
It doesn't, the queen is hanging and the queen is protecting the rook and the bishop. So kind of looks obvious, and he does go for it.
Oh, he does go for it. Very important, yeah. Bishop a3. Now where do you put the king?
King a1 only move for Pranesh now.
Yeah, but you wouldn't put it on.
That's a simple move.
Yeah.
Played. He's so smart. He's playing on Gukesh's time.
He's just taking a page out of Arjun's book.
Exactly
what Arjun did yesterday.
Exactly.
Oh man, we might see history. This game is extremely important, everyone, because the lowest rated player as a world champion was Anatoly Karpov, who went down to 27.05. If Gukesh loses, he goes below that mark as well.
Wow, Queen d7, best move played. I think you guys were discussing this. Now Rook b1, right? And then Rook c1 was the plan, I think.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Correct.
So Rook b1, but it's such a natural looking move. You want to put your Rook on a semi-open file, Rook b3, Rook b1, and just sack something. That's it.
Wow. And I think that's the point, right? White's moves are much simpler to play. Like even in bullet chess, you would think, okay, I want to get to the king. I can't go to c1. Let me go to b1.
Simple. And kick the bishop away with Rook b3. And look at that Rook in the top right corner. It should be on h8. Why is it on h7?
Okay, 4 minutes dot for Gukesh. 28 minutes for Pranesh here. This is extremely tough.
And
Wow.
Sahil, if my math is right, that's 7x the time.
7x, more than 7x actually. What will Pranesh do now? Because he would also sense the momentum shifting, right?
100%. He has that scary number next to his rating as well, 2666, Sahil. So Pranesh he's not won yet, but what a day this would be if he wins.
Yeah,
It would
and
be, I think, Pranesh's biggest win of his career.
For sure.
yeah. And by the way, it seems like Nodirbek is a pawn down in rook endgame.
Yeah, but it's completely
Yeah,
equal.
that's
Maybe I think we
equal.
should stick to
Then
this one unless it's a big difference.
Arjun Nihal is slightly better, but again, looks like it's going to be equal. Hans Niemann against Endrekin looks very complicated, but okay, I think this game is the sharpest one right now. One move could decide the game.
For sure. And by the way, don't underestimate Pranesh. His biggest game in the career was when he drew against Magnus Carlsen at the Qatar Masters. So he has been, playing strong against the top level players.
100%.
Yeah, and right now, Queen D7, Pranesh considering all his options, what can he do? Rook B1 should be an automatic idea. Anything else that comes to mind here, Rakesh, apart from Rook B1? Like Rook E1 is something I might think about at least. But maybe it's not the best, yeah? Like just Rook H8 or something else and maybe black is okay.
Wait, that would also, just to answer your point, that was a draw, right? I mean, if he beats the world champion, that would
that's
be,
bigger.
I think, huge
100%.
in that sense.
I like Rook E1, but Sehaj's idea that he showed earlier, just Rook B1, kicking
Let's say
the
Rook
bishop
H8,
away, and
Rook
then
B3, and
oh no, that's not.
oh
good.
wait, B5.
Wait, Rook B1 played.
Rook B1 played. Let's stick to the line
Okay,
position.
wow. Okay, there is potential. Okay, there are tricks still, yeah?
No, but why Rook B3? Why not Rook B6? That's even sharper.
That's
no?
a very good point, actually. So,
Very good point.
Rook H8, I think, makes sense. Like, I want to make sure my rook is not just sightseeing here. So, Rook H8. And now, Rook B6, I really like, actually. Just stopping that B pawn in its tracks. And now, what can black do?
It's a very good question. Maybe Rook B5 and then Knight E5 is there. Oh, Knight E5, Bishop B2 check. That's very important.
Okay,
Yes.
take. And now?
But
No, before this.
Okay.
Rook Knight E5, there is Bishop B2 check. That's very important. King B1, Queen F5 check, I think.
Wow, there are so many tactics here, yeah?
But he has to play fast. So many tactics in just 3 minutes.
Okay. If you had to choose a color here, same situation, same time, everything, which color are you choosing? White or black?
White without a
He just
heartbeat.
played B5.
What?
He just played B5. I don't know if that is good or not, but that does not look very
That is bad. That is bad. Gukesh is now officially losing. It's plus 2.6 evaluation for
And he
white now.
plays immediately. Pranesh is not thinking at all.
Wow. Look at how it was complete silence in the hall after Gukesh blundered Rakesh. We could feel the pin drop silence. Queen B3. Gukesh is now going down to Pranesh. Pranesh could cause the biggest upset of his life and of the tournament.
100%. The bishop is attacked. You can't go bishop d6 importantly because the queen d5 is a free rook.
There is no check, no discovered check possible in that position anymore. So you have to go something like bishop e7 or bishop f8, and then there is rook hc1, and wow.
This is +4 according
Wow.
to the cloud engine.
And if the game continues on its current contours, that means Gukesh will drop down to 2702, I think, right? Or 2703. Wow.
And that would
No,
make
yes,
him the
I think.
lowest rated world champion ever in history.
Maybe more, I think 2701 or something.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's not making it easier. Wow. Gukesh, I think it's just the pressure. We talked about this earlier, that D3 move, right? At some point, look at that knight, by the way, just stopping everything. Like that D4 square, black would just give up that pawn to open the D file and the diagonals, yeah?
Do you see how it's winning? You move the bishop, rook c1, king
This one?
b, yeah, I think rook hc1, yeah, king b7, and now in the name of Levy,
It's time.
Finally, you got it, yeah?
finally you
Rook
got, but
takes
this
C6.
is, it feels,
Gukesh will lose some rating points. I will lose my hearing. But the game does look indeed crazy. And Rook C7, yeah?
yeah, rook c7 and the game is over. That was an insane reaction from Sahil, I think.
Oh, I lost my hearing in one ear. So, Rakesh,
Sorry about that,
I
but-
can't hear you anymore. Only Sahaj I can hear now.
It's crazy.
But that's insane, no? Like, I mean, how the game has turned around, it's like, it's magical to watch.
Also, if you play b4, still rook c1.
Oh.
Like before rook c1 takes and you just sack something. It's like Gukesh is defending without a rook because that rook is stuck on h7.
It's like offside.
Basically.
By the way, 90 seconds for Gukesh.
Oh, that is tough. So final predictions here. What do you think happens in this game? Win for Gukesh, win for Pranesh, a draw. Rakesh.
I think it's out of predictions now. White is winning.
Sahaj.
Pranesh is
Predictions.
completely winning.
I think let's go to Arjun's game. I think that's a very, very...
We can't switch games, not for a
that's
million.
a good game to follow. It's a nice rook pawn ending. But yeah.
Chat, let us know in the comments. What do you think?
No,
Who
I'm
will
just
win
kidding.
this game?
I think Pranesh looks like, I mean, he's completely winning. If you see a +3 and your opponent is 26-66, like I can see on the screen, it's winning.
45
You have to be
seconds.
shocked if this is not a win. I think Pranesh is about to take down Gukesh.
And that means Pranesh.
B4 plate. B4 plate.
Oh my god, rook c1 is so good here actually in this position.
Do you think he can find it? Though?
Yes, of course. I mean, you can close your eyes and you can find it. I think if this was a Title Tuesday match, and I know this because I've played Pranesh so many times in Title Tuesday, he will play rook c1 here without even thinking.
No, chat,
But the problem is he can think. Maybe then, he just thinks and finds something else that maybe could be a bit better. But in an actual blitz, he plays rook c1 immediately.
Agreed. He's one of the guys to qualify for the EWC as well, right? So
He has
he's
qualified,
very, very
so-
strong in the faster time controls. And in this format, 1 minute now. Let's see what happens.
Let's show like rook c1. Bishop takes.
Interesting stuff happening. B4 played. Crucial game for both the players. Pranesh with white, Gukesh with black. Will Pranesh finish the game off, or will Gukesh stage a comeback? He needs that win, but for Pranesh, this could be magical, an important game. If he can somehow beat the world champion, imagine the kind of confidence boost that gives you. I mean, we saw that clip, right, when like an NM defeated Hikaru. Like, he was dancing in the playing hall. Like, imagine for Pranesh, this is a life-changing moment.
Of course. Taking down Gukesh in his home turf.
This
You know,
would be the
being from
biggest
Chennai,
day of
both-
Pranesh's career.
Both of them being from Chennai, it means a lot. 100%. And this would be Pranesh's first win of the tournament as well.
Yeah.
And by the way, he goes queen c4.
Another nice move, Sahaj.
And now a minute for the world champion to make all of his decisions. King b7 is possible.
Wow. And now King B7 has to be, you have to unpin the knight because otherwise there are multiple tactics in the air. Wow. I mean, Pranesh is playing a fabulous game. What a turnaround. Yeah, what a turnaround.
Sahil, I can see him winning this.
Wow. That's great wordplay, Rakesh. I'm so impressed. But right now, what do you see as the move for Gukesh? He's played something.
Played.
What? What did he play?
Don't see it.
King D8. The king is running, but still look at that rook on h7, Rakesh. He's essentially playing a rook down in this position right now.
Why is it on h7? It should be on h8, on its birth square.
Wow.
Now knight c5 is possible.
Sahaj, it's just completely winning.
Knight c5 is just game over.
Yeah.
Rook takes c5, queen takes c5. You're just up an exchange. And if you go queen f5, then there is,
Knight
I don't even
A6?
know, knight b7 check, knight a6. So many moves are possible in this position. And it's just lost.
Wow.
The
There's
world
a
champion will.
second game in a row he was winning. And because of time pressure, more or less, I think.
And
Just
you
slips
have
away.
to wonder, tonight is not going to be a good night for Gukesh. I think he will be in his thoughts. It's going to be very hard to digest. He's in his hometown, of course, Chennai. This is where the journey started for him, right? He won the Chennai Grandmasters, qualified to the candidates, won the candidates, qualified to the World Championship, won the World Championship, became a world champion. He literally did he checked off every box on his to-do list. And right now it's kind of, in the same tournament, he's not doing well. He will be officially at the bottom of the standings. And if, let's say, Pranesh does win, he goes to 3 points. Hands Neiman, if he manages to draw, he could be like 1 point, in last place by 1 point. So that's very sad, actually.
Yeah, very sad indeed. Very, very sad. Let's see what he goes for. 24 minutes. 24 minutes is what Pranesh has in a winning position. This is all that it comes down
Gukesh
to
has
at the end of the day.
exactly 1 minute. Knight c5 played. Knight c5 played.
Wow, this is turning out to be a great comeback from Pranesh. Similar story as yesterday. Now what does Gukesh do? He has no time. 55 seconds on the clock.
Oh my. I have a feeling this is going to end soon.
I do get that feeling, Rakesh. And also, black has no squares. Yeah, where do you put the queen actually? You have to defend the rook, right? So queen f5
Queen
seems to be the
F5.
only move.
Yeah.
Queen f5, and now then you just pick up the a6 pawn, you attack the knight. I mean, this bishop c7, rook e1 incoming, and it's about checkmate time, yeah?
30 seconds for the world champion. Gukesh has to play. He goes queen f5.
Wow, on the board. Will this be over in the next 5 moves or maybe next 3 moves? Gukesh might just resign because he's not in the best shape of mind here to even defend your side.
Look at Pranesh's confidence. He's playing every move within a minute.
Of course, because
Wait, king d7, g4, resigns?
G4 resigns. Yeah, that is it.
Oh, he played it! Wow, what a move! What a move! That is the end. That is where Gukesh, even if he's not seen it, will realize the game is over. The world champion going down for the 3rd time in 6 rounds.
That's insane.
That's unbelievable. And with this, Gukesh's rating will drop down to 2702 at least. And if he were to lose today, he will go below 2700.
No, he doesn't. Tomorrow if he
loses, yes.
Yeah, he will be on the cusp of 2600 and in the wrong direction.
Wow.
And maybe, if Pranesh wins, once it's over, it would be nice to have him here to get his thoughts. Queen e4 by Gukesh.
Okay, but this is like Rukechi on with tempo. Huh? Like, so everything is happening with tempo now.
Oh my God, man. Sahil and Saj, we are about to witness history. Gukesh will be the lowest rated world champion in history.
What? That is an unbelievable statistic, Rakesh.
Yeah.
And that just points out that the crown is heavy. We saw it with Ding. I think he struggled with form.
Yes.
Now we see Gukesh. The pressure is real.
And he plays Hans with Black tomorrow. That's not an easy pairing at all.
Absolutely. Hans has had a great last, year, I think, overall, getting a bunch of rating, has qualified to the US Olympiad team as well.
Yeah.
So he's on a high, maybe not having the best of events, but I mean, it's not going to be an easy match.
Oh, there's a very nice tactic. Rook e1, Queen f3, Queen. Let's play Queen g2 just for the tactic.
Yeah, Rook e1, Queen
G2.
g2.
Played.
Knight d8.
Oh.
You see it, right? You see it. You see the
Wow.
idea. Knight d8,
Wow.
Queen c7 is mate.
Wow. And I mean, this is where he resigns. Yeah, I think Gukesh resigns.
He's going to play Queen f3, I think.
I think it is. He plays
goes Queen f3.
No, because you have Queen g3 check.
Oh, that's a big threat.
Okay, now, how does Pranesh finish off the game?
Knight c5 check is completely winning.
King d8?
Knight d3, no?
Just pulling back. And
Then
again,
stopping Queen d3 check and Queen c6 hanging or Queen d5 hanging.
imagine this pawn was not there. Like black would have infinite number of chances, in the last 10 moves or so. So the black pawn had to be pushed early in that game. Gukesh kind of hesitated, put the knight back to c6, from an active position. And now he's struggling and he would love to put that pieces again there. But he would love to move this pawn, but it's not possible.
Especially that rook on h8. He wants that rook on h8.
That's a sad piece, by the way.
So we do have it is possible for Gukesh to increase his rating back, in the Olympiad itself. And, Gukesh is known to kind of play extremely well in the Olympiad. So still, maybe, for the World Championship, it is possible that he can, gain it back. But for now, this looks very bad, yes. That would be his 3rd loss and he's still winless.
Speaking of the World Championship, after today's game, there will be a 75-point rating difference between Gukesh and Sindaro.
Wow. And Gukesh, I think, and if he loses, he might go below Vidit in the ratings, right? I think
He loses tomorrow.
I think so.
Yeah. You're right. By the way, let's see the finishing touches by Pranesh M, the online qualifier last year, the winner of the Challengers last year. What a chance he got to play the world champion.
Rook b3, what a move. What a move.
Wow.
I messed this completely, but what a move. Queen f4, Queen d5, and you can just resign
And
here.
Queen g2 is f3,
Rubbing it in.
Now we can move the golden pawn,
Wow.
Or c5 check, anything kind of works. Actually, queen g2, knight d8 would be a nice way to finish the game.
Wow, that's actually very pretty.
40 seconds for Gukesh.
Wow, man. I think this has been an insane comeback from Pranesh, who, by the way, gets probably this is the highest rated win he has in his life. It's possible.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. I think this
So
would
he
be
has two draws with Magnus and Arjun. Oh, what does
Gukesh
Gukesh
still playing on. He's played, I think. Oh, he takes the
Queen
bishop.
D5, King C7.
And now Rook F3, Rook F7 seems to be.
Oh, that's even we can find that move, Sahil.
Yeah. And that's over, I think. In fact, the best move is Queen takes F3. Taking the Rook.
And still that Rook on H7 is so bad. Pranesh he's doing it smartly. He knows it's the biggest moment of his career. Drink some water to calm himself down.
He's enjoying it, I think. If you've seen that movie, I think Pursuit of Happiness, you know, when he says, you know, that this little moment is the happy moment for a happiness or something like that.
Also, like, you have to be careful to not play. You can play Rook F3 to kick the queen, but you can also play Rook E4, where Queen C1, Rook B1, Bishop B2 is checkmate.
Beautiful.
Yeah. That's a nice move and nice trap there. Totally, that's what I would play. But Pranesh here in this position playing so beautifully. Wow. I think it's time. The game is about to be over. And Pranesh is going to take down the world champion. And the tournament is turning into a nightmare for Gukesh, unfortunately. But he will resign. And Pranesh will get his, I think, first win of the event.
First win. Look at Gukesh, Sahil. He knows it's time to resign, but he can't bring himself to that. Another shake of the head.
That is it. I think he can just resign
Scratches
now.
his head, but no moves coming to mind.
There is no move. Absolutely no moves. And it's exactly the same story as yesterday. It's very sad for the world champion, but wow.
I think no words. There are no words for what happened today. And I think, look at him. He's kind of. Can we have the camera back? I think that's very important to see the final moments.
Hans has drawn his match.
So the Hans goes to now. Hans goes to 2.5. Pranesh goes to 3. So if Nihal draws his game, Gukesh will be on 1.5 by at least 1 point.
Yeah, and he throws his bishop, hoping for something in his favor.
And just King B1. Of course, you're just not going to allow, Queen
Pranesh
B2.
plays that in half a second.
Yeah, even that was winning actually. So no counterplay possible. Gukesh will have to resign. There it is, resignation. And Pranesh takes down Gukesh, the world champion. What an emphatic win. What a great comeback again. Similar to what we saw yesterday. And Sahaj, I mean, I don't know what to say, but Gukesh is definitely struggling.
That's an understatement, I think, from what we're witnessing. 2 games back to back, both of them, Gukesh being completely winning, getting into time pressure, and then he's not able to recover after that. I mean, I really hope he recovers, before the Olympiad, before the World Championship, because this is, of course, he's not going to be happy with this.
And there we see Gukesh walking off with his 3rd loss in 6 games, and Pranesh getting the biggest win of his career. But Sahil, Gukesh is now officially the lowest rated world champion in history, overtaking Anatoly Karpov in the wrong direction with 2.705.
Wow. And by the way, Hans Niemann and Andrekin have also drawn. And
he's
there we see
2.703 right now, essentially.
Wow. And
Nodirbek and Firouzja have also drawn their game.
Yeah, 3 results coming in very, very quickly. And now we have only 1 game remaining. That's Arjun versus Nihal. And if this game were to end even in a draw, Gukesh will be in last place with at least a 1 point deficit to the second last player. That is so hard to understand, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
Wow, he'll be in last place by 1 point.
Yeah, because Nihal is on 2 points. If he draws, he will go to 2.5. And there's nobody on 2 points. Wow.
Oh, man. Wow.
Yeah, I think being in Gukesh's shoes right now is very tough. This is not what he expected. This is his second last event before the World Championship. His next event would be the Olympiad. It's going to be very tough.
As we see, the back of our fan zone, Pranesh has arrived and the crowd is chanting his name. And it would be lovely to get Pranesh in the studio as well. I know, sure, our organizing team is working on that. Wow, what a turn of events.
Yep, we can hear the crowd in the back. People celebrating the victory of Pranesh against the world champion. And what a game it was. I mean, he played absolutely fearless and it paid off at the end.
Absolutely, he played completely fearless and he was rewarded, Saj.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he played on Gukesh's time. Also, I mean, Gukesh did have a winning position at some point, but he had the same, a similar scenario there. But what a moment for Pranesh, winning the challenges and playing the Masters, and then taking down the world champion is always in his own city is always going to be a memorable moment. So, congrats to Pranesh for winning in such a nice way.
Of course, and we maybe can just check out how the two games ended here between Nodirbek and Firouzja, and as well as Hans versus Andreken.
Absolutely. So this is the game of Hans versus Andreken, where they just made a repetition, and looks like Andreken had a slight advantage at this moment, but they just repeated. I'm guessing both of them having 13 minutes on the clock. I think it was a safer call in comparison. And then we have Nodirbek versus Alireza, which was a drawn rook pawn ending. But I think we can ignore all of that. We have Pranesh with us here today. Congratulations, Pranesh, for a wonderful victory.
Thank you.
Congrats. How does it feel?
It feels kind of relieved, yeah.
Kind of relieved?
Yeah, after 6 rounds, I'm getting the first win. So
Absolutely. And fully deserved in that sense. You were... I think you were trying to play very aggressive from the opening itself.
yeah.
What have Pranesh's game as
Yeah,
well?
absolutely. So I think we can go through it from the... Have you looked at the game so far with an engine yet?
No.
You have not looked at it.
No.
Do you prefer that I keep it on or no?
No, it's fine. You can
It's fine? Okay, perfect. So I think let's go here. We did a lot of analysis over here. So tell us from the beginning, were you surprised with the Caro-Kann?
Actually, no, but today is the only game that I didn't check Caro-Kann, but he played it.
I see. So you did not check Caro-Kann here today whatsoever?
Yeah, just today.
I see. So d4 takes e5, bishop f5, knight d2. At which point did your prep more or less end?
I think after c5, I could not remember the preparation. So
After c5, so knight d7, h. What was h4 by the way?
I
Tell us your secrets.
I just wanted to play the cow opening, yeah.
The
How opening? Shout out to Anna Kramling there.
E4 c6, I think this is the objectively best way to play the cow opening. So
I see. So he played h4 because he wanted to play the cow opening. So it works against the world champion, apparently. So h6, you played knight e2. I'm assuming this was still preparation for you. He goes knight e7, knight g3, bishop h7, and bishop to e3. And you said c5 is where you were out of prep for the first time.
yeah.
And what went through your mind in this position?
I was not sure to play c3 or take it first. I thought c3 is just a bit too much. Yeah, I mean, I'm allowing c5. I'm just giving him too many space. Then I thought, okay, let's just take the pawn and get the space thing. Yeah.
Okay, so you.
Yeah. Just that's it. Knight c5.
Knight c5 takes. I think at this point already you had a very good advantage in this position. But I'm going to put you on the spot here, okay? After c3, you had a good moment over here. Knight takes c5. There, you played queen a4 check here very, very fast. But there was a slightly stronger move, bishop b5 check. But the follow-up is incredibly difficult. You had to play bishop b5. I think it was knight c6 or something. And there was bishop d4. Did not make sense to us even with an engine. Did this cross your mind?
The thing is, like, I thought the queen a4 is still prep. Yeah, that's the thing.
Oh, so you
I
thought
got
this
confused with the prep and.
that explains why you were playing relatively quite quickly. So it's transposing in from some other line.
I don't know. Maybe it's still prep, or maybe I'm just confused with some other lines.
I see.
That's why I thought for like 10 minutes to just be sure. Yeah.
Yeah. No. That makes sense. So you played bishop b5, black plays queen d7, which was a slight inaccuracy. You went for long castle in this position. It was actually a very crazy game, I think, overall. Because here, also knight h5. It felt like you were just going for the win, like from just move one today. Is that true?
Yeah. Also, like, you don't see, long castle in Caro-Kann nowadays. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, for sure.
Very rare.
So, what was the strategy? Like, is it because throughout the entire match, I mean, it's no secret that Gukesh has lost two, before your match, he had lost 2 games. His last game against Arjun was also, I think, kind of a bit shaky. What was your strategy going into the match?
I just got bored of too many draws, so I just wanted to get
Nice.
something. Yeah.
So your plan was play for a win and play the cow opening.
Yeah.
Amazing. So long castle happens. You played bishop e2 here. Black plays e5 and b5. I absolutely love this move because you're trying to create an attack on the queen side. Around this moment, what went through your head?
Here,
That's your head.
I understood that I'm worse.
Uh-huh.
I could not find a move for me. I was like, let's just play knight f4 and see what happens. Yeah, I just thought for a long time. I couldn't find which is the best move. I just played this knight f4, but I missed this queen c7 on knight b4 move. Yeah.
It's surprising to me. I mean, it was shocking that after knight takes b4, you were able to hold yourself together.
I was like, okay, that's gone. Yeah, so let's do the next thing.
I like your approach. King b2 is very nice.
Playing, extremely fast. What was your strategy behind that? Gukesh was having some trouble with time pressure.
No, it was just my position is bad. Clock is the only thing I can aim for. So I was just playing first. Also here I thought maybe if knight c6 bishop d3, I thought I'm not so bad. Yeah.
Knight c6 here.
Yeah, that's what he played.
Yeah, exactly. And instead of knight c6, I think this was maybe his golden chance. Here he had d3 in this position. Did this cross your mind by any chance?
I saw it, but I thought it's his choice. Yeah, again. He has to think about it. I was like, okay, I thought knight d4, knight c6, I'm fine. And probably d3 should be the best one. He didn't play it, maybe. The thing is, like, d3, f2, c bishop g4 check, and that's the hard thing.
King b8
and just you take the piece and some bishop c5 attack with this. Yeah. This is hard to go from when you're pawn up.
100%. 100%. Because there is some kind of an attack on the queen side. I mean, apparently there is rook d4. Okay, I did not see this initially.
You probably take queen b4, bishop c5, and it's just made. Yeah.
Wow.
But okay, engines. Yeah.
So. Engines.
Says interestingly here, both players have around 30 minutes, but it is not how that ended.
No, it was actually very funny to me that you're saying you're pressing on the clock when you're both on the same time. In this sense.
It's just so easy to play from white after this when knight came to d3. You can just bridge out. The thing is, this question I was thinking, I would take white or black. Then I thought, okay, I'll take white.
After this knight d3, you mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
And also that rook becomes extremely weird on h7.
Yeah, it didn't come to the game.
Yeah, 100%. And I was thinking about this. Do you think it's a possibility that because we were a bit at the commentary room and when they were playing, when he played rook d5, we had a theory that maybe Gukesh thought the rook was on h8. No. Because after queen c4, you can play rook d8, right?
I don't think he thought of. The thing is, like, he got frustrated with this position. He didn't just say it's winning for black, but he just thought, let's say bishop d6, just king b1, rook b1, rook c1. I just get everything. Yeah, king a1,
king a1,
b1, rook c1. It's just that he didn't see any plan for him. Yeah, he just got frustrated. Then he just saw this rook d5. I thought, okay, maybe let's try this and play bishop d6 and play rook b5. Yeah, maybe he missed this queen c4 move or insulated or something.
I see. So even after bishop d6, your plan was to go king a1, rook b1, and rook c1, and that actually
quickly.
Now that I think about it, that does look kind of annoying because you're gonna make some sacrifice on the queen side. So rook d5. At this point, did you feel that you are winning? Maybe
I thought I was winning.
You thought you were winning here already, yeah?
Love the confidence.
Love it. Queen d6 happened. Bishop f4, bishop a3 check. You played king a1. By the way, you're playing all top moves here, and I think around this moment, rook b1 is kind of simple. You played b5. That was the error here. Did you check rook h8 by any chance or rook b5? Any moves like that?
Rook h8, but I thought rook b6.
You looked at rook b6, yeah?
I mean, rook b6 or rook b3. I don't think. I mean, rook b5 and it probably says, but still practically I don't know.
Practically it looks very tough.
I thought this should be winning actually.
Yeah. I mean, it looks quite comfortable for you because you're knight on d3. I mean, we were also discussing the fact that this pawn is kind of working against black in this sense. If you just this pawn doesn't exist, you have a great
King
position.
Is just weak, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So b5 happens, queen b3, and now you're completely winning. And in this moment, I was thinking, because I was thinking about our games, like we had played in like that, and I was saying that if this was a Title Tuesday game, Pranesh plays rook c1 in a second.
I think so. I mean, I wanted to play it, then I thought, okay, even queen c4 is winning, then y2,
Yeah. Fair enough. King d8 happens, knight c5, and I think from this moment onwards, it was just completely smooth sailing.
And after d3, I think I had some rook d3, yeah. I mean, bishop queen f4.
Instead of queen f4?
d3, I can take rook d3. So beautiful.
Oh, I did not see this. That's actually quite nice. We were looking at this queen g2 and knight d8.
I didn't see knight d8. I just thought knight c5 wins. Yeah.
Of course. Knight c5 wins in this position as well. And I think bishop b2 and king b1 was just very, very smooth sailing. So you just took down the world champion in Chennai. How do you feel?
Just happy, but not about the good game. But I was able to trick him.
And what's the trick? What did you do today differently? Because in the past, I think you were playing a bit solid in the previous rounds.
I had breakfast with Adiban, yeah.
You had breakfast with Adiban. Let's go. So if you wanna play aggressive chess, guys, have breakfast with Adiban. That is the goal here.
And Pranesh, you won the online qualifier on Chesscom. Then you played the challenges, won the challenges, got your rightfully seat here, and you got a chance to play against the best in the world and to beat the world champion. Can you tell us the whole, how your association with Chennai chess?
It's just been really good. That's the only thing I can say. I mean, the Chennai challenges went really smooth. Just even after losing the last round, I was able to win the tournament. So,
yeah.
So it was dominating like that, but yeah.
What were your expectations going into this tournament?
Just play well and just prove that I'm one of them.
Nice. I think you did prove a point today. Absolutely.
And Pranesh, one more important game coming up. You seem to be on a roll. You've qualified to the EWC in Paris as well. We wish you all the very best, and we hope to see you win again tomorrow. All the best.
So much, yeah.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Let's have a round of applause.
And Sahaj, it's you asked him something which every player wants to do, is to beat the reigning world champion.
Of course.
And he has done that. So well done to Pranesh, and thank you for his time. We'll just have a quick look at the Arjun versus Nihal game. It looks in the balance, and maybe Sahaj, we can come back to this after a very short break. See you on the other side.
And we are back and we have some exciting action for you in the final game remaining today. And guess what, Sahaj? We've had a big mistake from one of the tournament leaders, Arjun Erigasi, because this endgame had been, slightly better for black for a long time. Knight f3 check is where we left it. King c5. Now the b5 pawn is basically gone. Comes king d3 check, king d2, comes rook b2 check, king e1, defending the f2 pawn. Very important. Bishop drops back so that now if you play b6, I can simply take with the king and the d5 pawn is defended. Knight comes to e5, threatening this deadly fork. So black takes, and the question to, the chat, the panel and the people here, should Arjun take this rook or not? Yes or no?
Absolutely not. And I think to Arjun's defense, this is a very logical move because it looks like the knight.
Did he take?
Yeah, he did take on
He
b5
took-
and it was a blunder.
Nihal is completely winning.
It is a big blunder by Arjun Erigasi, again faltering at the last step. Here, he could have just played rook a7 and the game was completely even. But rook takes b5 is a game-losing blunder. If Nihal Sarin plays great chess, he will take home this full point. Now comes king to d2, king to c5. And it does seem like the knight, pawns on the same side of the board. This should be holdable. But why did he enter endgame? Because any rook endgame, when you have rooks on the board, you have the best chances by keeping the rooks on the board there for defensive purposes. Either he has seen a clear way to draw, or he's just blundered.
No, I think he just wanted to put his king on. If you give two moves to Arjun, let's say king e3 and knight f3 before he plays f4, and you can hold the d4 square, then it should be a draw. Because then you can just move around with the knight f3, knight d4, knight f3, knight d4, and it's a fortress, I think, of sorts. Maybe black has some chances to, break through, but this is what Arjun was hoping to achieve. But he is in time pressure. Both of the players are in time pressure, and there is no hold over the d4 square either. This means Nihal is going to take down India number one, Arjun Erigasi. He's completely winning in this endgame.
Wow, I cannot believe it. And I feel like we were kind of seeing a control-C, control-V kind of story copy-paste again, Rakesh. Gukesh, of course, not in form, losing. Now Arjun is known to always be at the top and finish in second place. Like, it's always been his thing. He's unable to get that first place in many super tournaments. And again, he had that beautiful run, defeated Gukesh, but now made that blunder, strategic blunder. And in the end game, the problem is there's no chance to come back, right? Because the game's completely lost now.
I mean, you can take back with the F or the H pawns, and it feels like there should be a difference here, but actually there isn't. You can take with the F, you can take with the H, and it's completely winning in both scenarios. I think it's only a matter of time before Arjun resigns.
And another victim of this format, no additional time after 40 moves, and Arjun blunders on move 43.
What a point, Rakesh. Imagine this was move 43. If he had extra time, he would have not taken that. And very important detail that this pawn is of the right color. So any sacrifices to give that knight away for the pawn will not work. If we had the same complex on this side, this might still be holdable. And now Nihal Sarin potentially about to get a huge win. His first win of the event against India number one, Arjun Erigasi.
And mind you, Nihal played the last move with 5 seconds on the clock. So this game is also going to end pretty soon, but mostly in Nihal's favor.
Actually, Nihal and Pranesh have something in common. They have all made draws with one loss. And today, well, for Nihal, it will be the first win. And for Pranesh, also, it was the first win.
And both Gukesh, basically.
And both of them are going to be on 50% score, which means the entire tournament becomes alive again. Anyone can win.
Wow, and that means we'll have a clear first, right? It's going to be Firuz Shah with 4 points in the lead. Then we'll have Nodirbek and Arjun in second place. So, but for Arjun, it's simple. Tomorrow he has to beat Firuz Shah and he still finishes in first place.
Simple. He still has a chance, but does he have any chance in this game, Sahaj, or it's just GG's?
I think it's just GG's because the knight is just not... the knight just cannot defend in this position anymore. The knight cannot make waiting moves. That's the biggest problem with the knight in any position. And very soon you will reach a scenario where Arjun, like for example, if Arjun can keep the king on d2 and knight on f2 and he will just say pass for the rest of the game, it is a draw. but the knight cannot make waiting moves. This is the problem. And also, another kind of fortunate thing for Arjun is that it's the right color. On the right side of the board, the H pawn is the right color for the bishop. So you cannot even sacrifice the knight for the pawn and, put the king in your corner, because that doesn't work either in this scenario.
Yeah, some sort of zugzwang is going to cost Arjun the game. I think he's just played G3, hoping for a pawn trade, but that means, Rakesh, now this pawn is perpetually a target. And you can play H4, of course, to save it, but black can even just play G4 and maintain as many pawns as possible on the board.
The only saving grace is 24 seconds for Nihal Sarin, but he's the bullet world champion. So I don't think Nihal is worried about the time.
Look at that. Bishop D7. This is the difference. The bishop can lose a tempo. Bishop can move to D7 and still put pressure on H3, whereas the knight cannot move and still defend H3. This is the problem. The knight cannot lose a tempo.
Yeah, maybe H4 is the last try, hoping for GH4. Maybe there is some hope there for limited. Even that's winning, apparently.
No,
but
even
at least
G4 is winning. Even GH4 is winning. It's just a dead loss position, sadly, for the India number one.
Wow. So Arjun, after that epic win today, could go down to Nihal, who, by the way, did not play pickleball yesterday. So I'm guessing, I think today's session is cancelled, Rakesh.
It is cancelled, but Nihal would be happy, actually.
No, but if he doesn't play pickleball and wins the game, then
He's not going to play. No chance.
Chess players are very superstitious, I think, with these things. So, I'm sure you were as well when you were playing professionally, Rakesh bhai.
True. Pawn to H4 player, even Firouzja for that matter, wearing the same lucky sweater.
Indeed. And by the way, tomorrow the round begins 1 hour early at 2 p.m. So maybe the pickleball is even less likely because of that. So final round will begin at 2 p.m. Rakesh, Sahaj, I think we've seen often the tournament leaders fumble because of the change in time, right? It just displays, it's a bit irritating to change that initial time, yeah?
Yeah, maybe you're having lunch at 1:30, suddenly you can't do that.
Yeah.
But H4 played, Nihal with 10 seconds.
Now G4 is the move and
Played.
plays it. He's only like minutes away from taking down the India number one with the black pieces, and he will be back to 50%. Does Nihal have any chance of winning this tournament? You think? Not really. Yeah?
Nihal will go to, I think, 3 points, and even if Firouzja, if he loses, then Arjun crosses
actually,
4.5.
Arjun and Firouzja are going against each other. So one player is going to be on 4.5 anyways.
Yes.
In this tournament. So
Nihal smartly drops back with the bishop. The H5 pawn is defended. And now King E4, King F3, heading towards that weak G3 pawn.
Yeah.
Exactly. And if you play Knight F2, once again, I will make a waiting move. Bishop B5, and you have no other waiting moves. You could take the Knight on F2 and you can say pass. There is no way that black can do anything there. But the Knight cannot lose a tempo.
And we have a beautiful word for that. White is in Sukswang.
Is it Sukswang or Zugzwang?
Sukswang.
Okay. Meanwhile, Bishop E8, 40 seconds for Arjun, 50 seconds for Nihal. He plays Knight to F4, keeping the H5 pawn to check, but black can just wait, yeah?
Yeah, he goes King E4.
Yeah, threatening to come to F3.
King E2, maybe Sahil can start pushing my pass pawn.
Absolutely.
I think he's about to resign.
Pawns must be pushed, and that's what Nihal will do.
So King E2, this Bishop B5 check as well, no?
Yeah, also possible, I think. But you have to move back the bishop, right, to defend H5. So maybe just
D4, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, he plays D4, I think.
He's played it already. Bullet world champ for a reason.
Indeed. I think Nihal Sarin rising up the ranks in every format available on the planet. D4, now D3, the pass pawn will move forward. You can't take with knight because Bishop B5 would pin it and win it. Fight is in Zugzwang, yeah? What do you do here?
Resign, probably. And 2 wins with a black piece. It was looking like that. But Pranesh winning with white and Nihal winning with black today. So 2 results.
Wow.
Like yesterday.
Wow. Now King F2, there is D3. Knight D3, there is Bishop B5. King D2, there is King F3. So this feels like the final Zugzwang that's going to cost Arjun the game. Plays Knight to E6 instead.
And now D3 check, yeah? Because if King F2, you can play D2 and just sacrifice the pawn and play King F3. Basically, you just want to play King F3 at as soon as you can. So D3, King D2, King F3 would just be over. And if King F2, you just sack the pawn and bring the king to F3. GG.
Maybe he has a trick with King F2, D2, Knight G5 check. Oh no, but just King D3 and I no longer can catch the pawn.
Yeah. Wow. So going back.
Look at Nihal, he's staring at Arjun.
He knows. He knows. D3 check played on the board. Arjun Erigesi moments away from losing this crucial game. If he had won this one, he would be in sole lead right now. And now he will be trailing by half a point. But of course, his luck lies in his own hands, Sahaj, because he does play the tournament leader tomorrow.
Wow, he plays against
Firouzja.
Firouzja. There it
Who's
is.
white in that one?
I think Firouzja is
Firouzja
white.
is white, Arjun is black.
Oh,
That's going to make it tough.
That's going to be the tournament decider. Firouzja, of course, having the, let's say, a more comfortable draw there, match there, because he's going to have white pieces and he only has to hold a draw. However, Nodirbek is right behind and he plays against Dmitry Andreikin with the black pieces.
But also with black. So if I was Firouzja, the Berlin draw incoming tomorrow. I mean,
there is no chance Arjun plays E4, E5. Yeah?
but it's like, I remove, my opponent. Like, I knock out Arjun from first place. And of course, Nodirbek with black winning would be also unlikely. So if I draw, my odds of winning the event are like super duper high.
And why you say it's unlikely? Because Andreikin has not lost a single game in this tournament. All draws, healthy draws for Andreikin. So it's going to be a tough day for Nodirbek as well. Takes the pawn on d3 and now king takes g3, king takes h4. That's two connected pawns and a bishop. I think this is over.
Huge win for Nihal Sareen. I mean, if you had to decide the board order for the India Olympia team based on this event, you've not learned anything. You're back to square one after the end of the event. So I think it's a tough job for the India captain, who I don't see here right now, but
he was outside.
Yeah, it's a tough job.
He didn't look very happy. Let's just say that.
I think that's also where do you put Gukesh on which board now?
Which board? Nihal, Arjun, Gukesh. I mean, it's a tough, very strong with it. I mean, what a strong team.
King
Now,
E3.
king E3
You can go for the pawn, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It's a free pawn.
Because don't really see any way.
Say king h2, I think, is nicer.
Oh,
Because it just cements everything. Like g3, g2. You know it's the right color of for the bishop. You don't even need to calculate here anymore. But it's Nihal. I mean, you can take on h4, you can play king h2, anything is. As long as there is a fork that with the king and the bishop, I think he's taking it.
I think he takes the pawn. Yeah, he takes the pawn.
No, I think he plays Sahaj.
Oh, really?
King h2 is like the more human.
Because he's calculating. Otherwise, he would have played king h4 quickly.
Very interesting. I think both of the moves are winning.
Look at him. Look at Nihal calculate.
King
3,
h2, I think, is the simplest.
2.
He's nodding his head in calculation, yeah. Okay, about to play. He doesn't want to spoil this at any cost. He's so close. Plays king h2. Great find there, Sahaj, by king h2 played.
Great find by Nihal.
Yeah, and the g1 is now 3 squares away from winning the game.
Exactly, and you would have to sacrifice the knight just to not let the pawn promote to a queen. But it is the right color for the bishop, unfortunately for India number 1.
And it started off with that weird semi-Slav, Chebalenko Slav here. Yeah. And here we have Nihal Sareen about to win his first game of the tournament.
But I think that decision, rook b5, was a ridiculous one, though.
Yeah.
Regardless, but a very human one. Because I think you're in your head, you're thinking the knight can put up a fortress because on the d4 square. But I think because of time pressure, Arjun was not able to calculate his way out. Similar to what happened to Gukesh. He was winning, but there was less time on the clock, and it happens.
Yeah, I think if there's one lesson I've learned is have time on your clock. Like this tournament is like a great advertisement for it. And now we have a move.
F4.
Knight d4 actually he plays.
Oh yeah, right.
Maybe g3, he wants knight f3 check.
Yeah, but then king h1 and he wants to play king f2 and knight g1. But if I put my bishop on g4, there is no way for the knight to go anywhere else. It would be a zugzwang.
Yeah, it's minus 22. The evaluation.
This now.
Yeah, minus 22. That is 2 queens and a rook to spare. So I don't know how that's even possible. But it is completely winning for Nihal now.
He's chilling. He's drinking his water. He knows it's over. Arjun with just 30 seconds now. Knight E2 played.
Okay, now G2 is simple. King F2. And this is the position I was talking about. The knight will go to G1 and black will play bishop G4, covering all of the square. If you can have that, just
King
to
F2.
show.
So
bishop D7.
Bishop D7.
Knight G1 and bishop G4.
Bishop
and that's
G4.
the zugzwang.
And this is where Arjun, I think, resigns because, again, if white could pass, as you pointed out, this would be an instant draw, but you can't.
You cannot pass. Yeah. Exactly. And if it was black to move, black could play bishop d1. Because bishops can actually lose tempos in this. And king h1 is, of course, another move as well.
Wow. And I don't want a war in the comments, but chat, if you had to put somebody on board one in the Indian team, please let us know what would be your choice, because we're trying to make Srinath's job easier here. By the way, bishop d7.
I think it's only gotten tougher after this tournament.
Yeah, it's very tough. Bishop d7 played, and your plan said on the marks, bishop coming to g4 very, very soon. He's trying to delay this king f2 move, like changing the move order. And now it's minus 58. What? How is that evaluation even possible?
No, I think this just means that the position is so winning that, knight d4 played, and now bishop g4 completely restricts the knight, and then g2, g1 is a simple queen.
Wow, bishop g4. There it is. I think Arjun resigns, yeah?
Yeah, now
I think he resigns now.
This is over.
Wow, Nihal Sareen takes down the tournament leader Arjun Erigesi with a beautifully played endgame, offered him multiple choices, multiple chances to go wrong, and Arjun did falter on the 43rd move. And with this, now Firuzja is in sole lead with 1 round to go.
Absolutely. And he goes up against Arjun in the last round. So it's gonna go down right to the wire. Arjun, I think, will try to play for a win in the last round to try and win this tournament. And of course, Nodirbek is there as well with just half a point below. So it's going to be between these three players, because we will have one guy on 4.5. That's a guarantee.
Yeah, indeed.
For sure. Nihal Sareen will be happy. He's back to 50%. But what about the world champion, Sahil?
Wow, that's a tough question. I think only the standings can tell a full story. And there you see it. First of all, congrats to Firuzja for maintaining his lead. He's one game away from winning the Chennai Grandmasters. As we have seen, this tournament has changed lives, and this could be his one of maybe now, climbing to 2800 again. But of course, hard luck to Arjun there, losing an important game. Now in style second place along with Nodirbek, but still in hunt for that title. And of course, Pranesh won as well, but Sahaj and Rakesh, Gukesh, Domaraju in last place, and that too with a difference of 1 point to the guy in second last place.
And I think he's playing against that guy.
He's playing Hans.
He's playing against Hans as well. So this would be a tough match. I think it's a tough situation. I mean, it's tough to even show up, I think, at the last round. I think it's so difficult, because out of those 3 losses, 1 was because of a 1 pawn move, 2 he was completely winning.
Yeah,
correct.
It's so sad when you think about it. It's just an unfortunate, sequence of events. Hoping he can make a recovery there.
And interestingly, 3 players still unbeaten here in Chennai: Alireza Firouzja, Nodirbek, as well as Dmitry Andreikin.
Do we have the pairings for tomorrow? That will be exciting to see if we do have that graphic, because as you mentioned, 3 players undefeated. But I feel like we might have a few results tomorrow. There we see it. It's Firuzja versus Arjun. What a match. That is a mouth-watering clash. We can't wait for it tomorrow. And of course, Andreikin versus Nodirbek as well. Both those games aside, who wins Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters 2026?
Yeah, everything to play for. And I think it's set up beautifully for us. And if you're Arjun, you just let go of the loss, because you still have a chance to finish in first place in the tournament your sponsor has organized.
Yeah, 100%. And this is the tournament he really wants to win. So of course, tomorrow I'm expecting him to just go guns blazing with the black pieces. We've seen him do similar things before. I mean, if you don't believe me, look at his game against Nodirbek. That was him just going absolutely guns blazing with the black pieces. And what are your thoughts on the world champion?
Wow, that's a tough one. I think it's hard to be Gukesh today. I think every chess player, when they start playing chess, their dream is to become world champion. But today they would not, like to fill those shoes, because it's a hard day for the world champion. But I do feel that I think the main goal for him is to come back, and it only takes one good game to turn your life around. One good day sometimes can really compensate for a lot of stuff. So let's see if tomorrow could be that game. If he had won that game against Arjun, we could be telling a completely different story today, Rakesh.
And you may think that game, even today, if he would have won, tomorrow he plays with Hans with the white pieces. That's going to be a different, mood altogether. But also one important thing to address before we wrap up, Sahil, is he is now officially the lowest rated world champion in history. 2705 was Karpov's rating back almost 25 years ago. And now Gukesh is 2702.
Yeah, and that means if he loses tomorrow, he would fall below 2,700. It would be hard to digest, but we do believe in Gukesh.
Yeah.
He's, there's a reason why he's the world champion, and he should know who he is within. And Sej, any final words before we wrap up the day?
I think, of course, we believe in Gukesh, but I think right now he's not playing like Gukesh in this sense. And I think tomorrow's round, it would be, I think he's playing with the white pieces. He wins or he draws, I think it hardly matters, but it's very important to cut the bleeding again. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow's game is just a very quick. You remember once it was Gukesh and Magnus playing and it was a Berlin draw, something along those lines. I think that would be a good call, for tomorrow because, drawing or winning tomorrow hardly makes a difference. But if you lose, you are below 2,700. You have a lot more to lose than there is to, gain in this.
So quick draw is your prediction.
A quick draw would be my prediction. Quick draw would be my recommendation. Like I would enforce that as much as possible. Try to, because right now as a human, it's impossible to be in the right frame of mind after 3 losses. It's impossible.
I don't know if Gukesh will take that advice or Firuzja might, because all he needs is a draw potentially. He would knock out Arjun from first place and Nodirbek winning. And of course for Gukesh, I think I remember this clip as I mentioned this, I think 2 days back as well, when I think Lewis Hamilton, a multiple time world champion, struggled for a few years. Then a fan told him something like, remember who you are.
Yes.
And then he kind of recalled that in an interview again. That fan came up to me and told me this line. And now he's doing so well again. So I think all Gukesh has to do is remember who he is. And maybe there's a comeback incoming at the Olympiad. So meanwhile, that's it. Day 6 of the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters. We'll be back for the finale tomorrow. Let's see who takes home the prize. 1 hour earlier. Yes, 1 hour earlier tomorrow. Take care and good night.